Good evening, everyone. This is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to Star Rupture, where we once again have a clean slate. I did go ahead and fill in the other canvases, so to say. So we're set up for this. Now, I was trying to look at some of the silver linings for this yesterday as I was deleting everything, and I have discovered another one. So not only can I put a hole up here and run it down here to another cross as far as the inputs and outputs, I can go all the way down to the ground and it will still make it. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do on this one, we're going to place all of our items like we did in yesterday's stream. Inputs are going to come from here on this floor, and outputs are going to go underneath. I think that'll make it easier for us to run things back and forth, as well as run them over to there, which is going to be all of our dispatchers. Another thing that I ended up doing, well, besides giving myself an easier path up on this side over here, I went back into the map for tonight, and I changed things a little bit. The delete, this is the map that I'm supposed to be using. For whatever reason, that's the map I built. And this map doesn't include half of the late game stuff that I actually changed all my numbers for. Everything that's coming in here was based off of this one. And I realized it as I was getting the last things connected. And yeah, that was the end of the stream, was me going through and deleting everything, including all the cabling and yeah, it hurt. Yeah, but like I said, I found out a few things, discovered a few things, and everything's iterations on the games like this. So I think I can actually make a better version of the factory anyway, and that also included putting everything on a line. I don't know why I was going like this, so I had to run things through 2 separate lines for one recipe. Now all the glass is on one, all the heat resistant sheets are on one, ceramics are still on because I have so many of them, but I moved chemicals up to one row, synthetic silicon, and then inductors. So I've tried to make it so it's easier to run inputs, and then the outputs being able to go to the ground. I think that's going to actually have a huge impact as far as being able to navigate down there, because it really did get kind of crazy at the end, because I started out in the back and I ended up running cables through areas that I needed for the front stuff. So this time I plan to put all the things down, put in my holes, put in the input and outputs and everything before I start to run anything. And then I'm going to try to do the first ones, and I'm going to run those really low, slam to the ground, so it's easier for things to go over the top, even though they got stuff crossing it. And the hope is it'll be a less chaotic cable run. And then, of course, not having to do outputs coming from one thing and going all the way across into another will be a lot nicer, because I can just put them on the ground where there's a lot more room, because we're not running the things to the different places. So in my mind, I think I can make a better factory. But yeah, I definitely had the wrong numbers, the wrong buildings, the wrong positions. Like, everything was off based on the numbers that I had put here. So this is the one it's supposed to be, and the one that I was building didn't have, I would say, from here down didn't even exist. So I had no turbines, no electromagnetic coils, and no pump. And the pump was a big thing I was working towards, because that's one of the things I need for an unlock. So I couldn't even just say, oh, well, we'll just have to settle for that, because it was missing the thing that I most specifically wanted. So like I said, we will rise from the ashes. And again, I think it'll actually make for a better factory in the first place. So I'm trying to look at the the silver lining, I guess you could say. So I guess we can go ahead and get started. I think I have enough stuff here. The other thing that I found out is I was worried about the fact that the improved base coolers costed 500 of the crystal building blocks. For some reason, I got it stuck in my mind that it wanted, or 100, that it wanted 100 of the quartz ore. I get 20 crystal building blocks from every single quartz ore. So for 100 of the ore, I get like 2,000 of the building blocks. So, or is it more than that? It's a lot. So I actually have quite a few in there. So it's not as bad as I thought that was. So now I can actually build fairly freely, because I think I'm going to go over the numbers on a few things here. But like I did yesterday, I think it's just best we just start by placing the buildings up top. And this time I'm going to make sure all the directions are right, because all the mistakes we made yesterday, and there were a lot of them, I'm going to try to not make today. So I know it's got to be 3 from the edge on the top, and then 2 from the edge on the side. And then there's 5 of these going across, each with a block in between. And we do have the output on the bottom facing, or the top facing, and the inputs on the back. So this is correct. Yeah, we'll see how this works out. I think I'm actually going to be able to get farther today than I got yesterday as well. Just, again, because moving things to the same, what am I calling it? The same line, I think, is going to have a huge impact on making this just easier to run. And I think I'm only going to be able to place these so far before I have to move my body, or can I get them all? Yeah, I've noticed that when you start getting over there, it gets really confused on where you're trying to put stuff. Alright, that's fine. We'll start over here. So for this one, and I adjusted too because I wasn't taking into consideration that I moved those back, so I have a little bit more room inside, so I can make it even more conducive to running things out. Okay, so this one is down with 1, 2, 3, 4 between it, and one, nope, all the way to the edge. Yep, and this one has 6. So I guess I'll put down all the machines on this one, and then I'll move over. But I will then know how the heat is and whether or not I need to place something. And if it is, it's going to be one of the big ones. Curious to see how that works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to overheat on this one specifically. Okay, that's correct. And again, that is based on this one. The number 2, when I redesigned it. Okay, now it's going to be all fabricators on this next level. I need to move that up here again. Okay, so fabricators for the next 2 levels. And that was another thing too, is I didn't have nearly enough fabricators running, so it was another tip. There were a lot of things I should have saw that should have warned me off that I was using the wrong map. But that's fine. Okay, so 4 in between. You actually have to be over here. Actually, no, you don't. I'm not running it through the middle. It just happens to be gaps. Right, so 5 across here, 1 gap. Fabricators are kind of funny because they're 1 block shorter than the furnaces. So in places like here, I have to, well, I end up getting more space between fabricators because I have to adjust for the space that's going to be the furnaces over there, just to try to keep everything linear and in, you know, a nice clean and concise one. So here, instead of the 4 that I was doing on the previous ones, it's actually going to be 5 between, and that's because further down there is going to be furnaces, but I didn't give you enough space. Try that one again. You have to go actually. I needed 3 blocks to the left. Okay, there we go. We'll go ahead and fix this. And I think that it's also a good thing for me that I'm doing everything all at once instead of piecemeal. I think like I kind of did yesterday as well. I was in such a hurry to make progress that I just and see, I'm doing it again. They were correct up top, but these are facing the wrong direction, and that's just when I'm not paying attention. Oh, that one was right. That's weird. I gotta make sure I'm paying attention, that I'm going the right direction. All right, 3 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's good. And I gotta fix that 1 block over there when I'm done. All right, this is gonna be 5. I am excited to see how this underneath output is going to work, because I think it should have a big impact. Alright, let's drill our holes. I think this will actually be easier. Again, floating. I think yesterday I was trying to do it from the ground, and there are going to be points when it's going to want to break a bunch of stuff, and at that point I'm just going to I'll probably have to come down at that point. Now here's where we're going to have some fun. So I'm going to see if I can reach the one below it too. Right? Which one is the one below it? I'm pretty sure it's that one. Yeah. So we're taking these all the way down below on the outputs. Which again, is going to cut in half the cabling that I have to do. Because yesterday, I didn't even run the outputs. I had them just, attached to a cross that was, sitting there, but it was not actually going anywhere. So I was going to have a rough time. Yeah, I was going to have a rough time regardless trying to get those routed. So in a way, there's certain things that are having to change that I think are good anyway. So we'll see how this works. Yep, here's one of those. Okay, so I got to figure out how to fix that one from below. And I'll be able to tell that one there just by when I go through. It won't, because it's always 3 blocks in between. So when there's one missing like that, I'll know that that's one of the ones where I've got to adjust the support beam underneath it. Wait, you're not the right spot. Oops. That's all right. Get these last couple, and then we'll make a run for the habitat. Alright. Yeah, the other part about this whole thing is the number of stuff I was going to have to route back. Because at the front up there, I'm making super magnets and inductors, which is going to be one of the last things that I can get sent up, because it takes stuff from everybody else. So it's going to be a lot more intentional, the order of which I have to make things this time. That way I have the outputs to actually craft the endgame stuff. So I think I'll start with like the basic beginner stuff is the ones I'll run first. Like stabilizers, tubes, rotors, and stators. And then I'll probably move on to like the heat resistant sheets, the glass, the ceramics, and the chemicals, and synthetic silicon before I finally move on to things like the nozzle, the super magnet, the inductor, stuff like that. So that is the plan, at least. Autosave. I'm like, why are you not going away? And let's see. Of the stuff that I was waiting to get, a little less concerned about that. The assembler I wanted, which is turbines, I am making those. Not making the lenses yet. Getting the LEMs, they're alright. Generator will be at the next place, so I can't really do much about there. But the electromagnet is going to unlock finally the Rails version 3. And I want to get those made here before I start my next build area, because I want to be able to build it with those in mind. These are still going to run. There's no way I would be able to run through all this stuff and upgrade all the rails. I could go through and upgrade the rails post buffer, but even then I think that would be it would be a little much. Alright, let's wait for this thing to cool off. Oh yeah, I can show up these. Yeah, so I got like what, 1,400 right now. I could make some more. So yeah, I still have 180 of these left, so I can definitely make more than I thought I could.
Planetary temperature returning
There we go.
to normal.
So now I got $3,000. I did not mean to do that. Oops. I don't think I need all of these. Actually, I might. I guess I'll take all those.
Nice.
I'll have to pick up some more intermediates. Okay. Unfortunately, with all my power off, these aren't getting refilled, so I will be limited on the number of building blocks I have. Without, I think, did I have them in another one? Let me check and see how many I actually have. I have other spots I can stop and grab it from. Look at that. Nope. This is all I have, and I've already rated. Yeah, I already rated this. There's no more in here. Might be, yep. Did have a couple more in here. That's all I have. Alright, let's get back up top. Added some better pathways to actually traverse this thing. Instead of having to run on the ground all the way over to the other side just to come back over here. Alright. Come back over here. Okay, I think I got everything on these ones. Yep, got it all the way down. And I'll still be able to run them from the bottom floor, because I'll be able to grab from up here and bring them down. Okay, again, these ones is just the front. And then the back ones, once again, will be all the way down. After finish with these, I'm going to move my guy over so I can do the other platform as well. Because I really need to look at this as two entities, really, to be honest. Because they are a lot of them have similar items coming in, and it's going to have stuff going across the each other. So I think it's better for me to do them both at the same time. Don't know if I want... Well, I can't do the ones at the end over there, because that's the two endgame ones. So like that electromagnetic coil, and I forget what the other one is. So those ones... Whoa, another one. Almost took it out. And it's, again, it's the same thing. It's in the front, though, at least. So far, only two. And I haven't seen anything that where I'm running directly into a post. Now, the other good thing about the output thing going to the ground is even if it is next to a post, because I'm going down to the ground, I won't have to do any weird cockeyed stuff. Okay, there's our first one where it's an actual block underneath. So we'll probably have to find a substitute for that one. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's it for here. I think I want to go down now and see if I can figure out those two that were off. Okay, everything's good here. Gotta watch these holes here. Yep, there's where it is. So, yep, and that's why, because it was me, the block being just like the one back there where it's directly underneath it. Alright, wait for this autosave, and then I think I'm gonna just put it behind it. I'd rather go at an angle, because this is the input, I believe. So normally the block would go right where it's at. So actually, if I go one over, I think that'll be the best. Okay, now I should be able to delete you without any issues. Kinda, sorta. Goodness. Yeah. It's the only problem with the two stories. Sometimes you based on where things land, you might have to do a little creativity. So I lost some of my real estate is basically what happens here for running cables and stuff. Okay, put you there. All right, you're in place. Yeah, you guys are all outputs. All right. Could have sworn there was another one. Oh, yep, right here. And I'm probably going to have to do the same thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that right off the bat. Come on, like if I try... Yep. Need them both. What the? No. Did I maybe want to do it here instead? This is a lot of addition. I think what I'll do, let's remove this one first. And I'm curious if I try to move any of the other ones. Okay, you would lose there. You don't lose anything. Okay. Yeah, I don't like having that much space being taken up. Cool. Now I can still put you... Shoot, no, I need you there. Yeah, will this help? I'm trying to fix problems before I get to the other portion of this, so because I'd rather have that go smooth than this one, the problems we're having here. Oh geez, nope, you still. Dang nabbit. Do this one again. Yeah, I don't like the spot here. This is like turning into like a really bad issue. And it's still not... Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see. If I come back over here a little more. I think part of the problem is that is kind of supporting everything right now. What if I put you down here? No. You support, but you don't. I don't get this. It's like the only place that will work is right there. At least you get everything back when you destroy things in this game. No. I really don't understand why that one block is so important. Alright. Last possible one that might work. Because it's in the same position on the back as that one is on the front. Nope. That is literally the only thing that holds it up. I really don't understand this. Well, one of these has to go if I'm gonna... Yep, I guess that one has to go for me to be able to get down here, or up there in the first place. Okay, well, everything else is... Oop, fell through. It was bound to happen, and it probably won't be the last. Alright, I'm gonna go up. Actually, no, I want to put the... Let's put the crosses down and run everything up and down so we know where all that stuff is, and then we'll go to the next one and we'll do it over there. Every single time the music happens, I lag way out. So it's the whole changing of the planet. Because currently I don't have any power running to any of my factories. I've had everything turned off while I'm building. So all the lag is being induced by the game. You know what? This is easier to do down here because I can do it all in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, and that's it for here. And again, these are running up to there. So all the inputs we're going to run on this floor. And then our outputs... Shoot. Right off the bat, do I have a problem? Yeah. Oh, you're just a support. Okay, I can move you. I know what you are. You don't go all the way to the top. I need to move you there, or was that just blocking? Yep, I need to move it. All right, that's all I needed to remember. There we go. And then I basically can take the output directly into there. All right, good. So these just all have to go. I did all of them like that, didn't I? I tend to make them match up, so I'm pretty sure it's like this all the way through, or at least on this rung here. And this is way easier than trying to do it later when I've got a mess of cables going through and because I forgot that I had to do this. Oh, good. This one isn't in the way. The other thing here is this allows the entire upper floor to just be clean. It's got one block with a line going into it and one block with a line coming out. All right. Wow. Yeah, I really think that there's something going on when it regenerates the world or something. Because It could be that I have a bunch of stuff on there, but I'm almost wondering if it's the amount of area I've uncovered as the map gets opened, if there's just more stuff happening. And so it seems like it coincides with your say your base building, but I don't think it does. Otherwise, I wouldn't be getting these kind of issues when, you know, I have everything turned off. There's nothing updating, nothing's connecting. But hopefully we find out here shortly. They keep saying that update's coming out real soon. No actual date. And that's kind of what I was worried about. I had the feeling like the message was this was their February of 26 message, that really soon it was going to come out. I don't know if they actually meant it was going to come out in February. I have my sneaking suspicion that it doesn't. So, but we'll see. I was kind of reading the Steam chat. I may have to get their Discord information, because apparently they do a bit of talking in Discord, which does make sense. A lot of developers do. I think that's like the easy way to communicate now. So yeah, I think I need to get their Discord and pop in there and check that out and see what they're saying, because I checked. There definitely wasn't an update today. And again, I wasn't super surprised. I kind of had the suspicion. All right, and then outputs. I would rather just drop all these down as well, and then run and do them all at once. And I'm excited to see how this part of my updated theory works, because yesterday, before the disaster, everything ran on this bottom floor. I wasn't running it. I wasn't utilizing the space that I had above or down below. So I think this should help me make this a little bit cleaner. Even though the intention of these bottom floors is for the ugliness to be, just so the top floor looks good. But I still wouldn't mind the bottom floor looking at least presentable-ish. Okay. I think it's that one, right? Nope. I went one too far this time. Last time I didn't go one far enough. Yeah, this is gonna be... I think I initially thought that this is, oh, I can do this in like, you know, easily in one playthrough. I'll probably even have time left over. I'm realizing now just getting all the stuff in is gonna take probably a whole stream, and that's not even with me running anything to the dispatchers. Yeah. So let me I think I'll just put all these in while I'm kind of running along, and then I can come back and connect them all at the same time. Oh. Get you out of the way.
I need water.
Okay. Oh, shoot, I forgot I was going to go. I left some of my water back at another... Dang it. Okay, I think I may have to come down at an angle. Let me try this. Yeah, at the other base when I was waiting for something to unlock, unfortunately, so I don't have a lot of plants things here. Okay, wait. You're the input. Do you work? Okay, yeah, you still work. All right, good. That's all I cared about. Okay, so I need to put you guys down. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. I mixed up inputs from outputs. Yeah, you go... No, you go here. Autosave. That's why it's easier, better to do this here, because then I can make sure that everything's good before I go off and do other things, and it's in the wrong spot. Yeah, so these need to be directly underneath the input to function properly. I don't know what that was about. Did I put this one down there? The heck? Oh, I'm getting confused. So easy to get turned around in these. Okay, so that's input. These are outputs. So somehow I went over to the wrong spot up there prematurely and got confused. Yep, okay, these are all good. All right. It's for you, so then I got to come over to here. Yep, that was there. And that one I couldn't do, which is why it's like that. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And did I have another one? Yes, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. And then the output. Looks like another support that was in the way. Are you on the right line? Okay, good. Okay. Right, let's do these first. We'll work our way back up front. Actually, I think this might be easier if I'm flying. Maybe. Okay. Except for I want you. I like to have them all in the same spot, so that means I got to put them all on that first. Go. Although, thinking it through, it probably would have been better to do the middle. Actually, I haven't done these yet, so I can do the middle. I think it'll twist less too, hopefully. Right, try that again. Perfect. 2, 3. Oh, I was going this way. 4. What the heck am I doing? Make sure I need to reposition. I think I got turned around directional wise, so I hope I didn't do anything. So you are, yeah, this is where I should be. You guys are all outputs. Yeah, it is so easy underneath here to get turned around. But I should only be able to do these one direction because it's either an input or an output. Okay, you guys are all done inputs. So then we're back to here. Plus, me spinning around all like this doesn't help the matter. Yeah, it's going way faster than if I was walking. Okay, back here. Uh-oh, I missed an output. See, that's how you get turned around. Start spinning. Yep, I did miss one. Okay, now we got inputs. And once I finish running all these, we'll go up top and kind of show off the upper look, because basically we're done up top other than running in and programming. Everything else is going to happen down below. Where we are okay with things getting ugly, but only because we're below. Okay, so I already ran you. Oh, that's right. I was doing these individually first. Okay, we should be done now. All right, let's come over here and pop up. Looks like we're about to get a rupture shortly. Yep. So this becomes the upper area of our fabrication area. Like I said, it gives it a really clean look, and it's going to be like this all the way across the top, all the different areas. And again, the bottom side's going to get a little crowded down there. But that's the whole purpose of having it in multi-layered, is so that we can avoid the ugliness up top. I need to move. Like I said, I think that'll rupture soon, but not quite yet. So we'll start laying down the next floor, or the next island. I guess that would be more correct way to describe it. Yeah, I just like how this looks though. And I do that up on all these other bases too. That's just kind of the way I've started doing it, because it makes it easier to run things. And actually, you know what? While I'm here, let me actually program everything. That way I don't have to come back later and do it. So let's see. The front is 2 rotors, 2 tubes, and a stabilizer. Rotors. Man, still getting that leg. Okay, 2 tubes. And 1 stabilizer. What the heck? I thought I fixed that. Hold on. Yeah, I'm moving some things around for some reason. I thought I'd fixed everything over here, but I'm moving it up. So it's going to be 5 rotors across the top, 4 tubes across the bottom with 1 stabilizer. Okay, let's change that. So tube, and that was the whole purpose of this change. Is it makes it easier if I'm only routing cables to this one line instead of having to loop it around, because I was doing that a lot last night. And that turned into like the biggest headache of it all, was trying to get everything routed. Okay, all 5 of these are rotors, which this one's going to be, probably pretty easy to run. And it's 1 string of these across. Coming from our inputs, which are all these storage things, and they're taking it from all the different feeder nodes, and then a couple dispatchers that I went and did from some further off distant places. Okay, rotor and rotor. Okay, and then the back, the first 6 are all heat resistant sheets. Again, single row of running things, although I probably have to run more than 1 first for each of these, because I think they take more than 1 rail than 1 rail can carry. So I'm gonna have to do a little finagling with that, but again, as long as it's on 1 path, it's going to be easier. I think I'm actually probably going to use the 5-wire tonight on some of these routing. And even though I know that they don't work right now, I know for a fact that there is a mod out there if I need to. But for the moment, I'm just going to patiently wait for the update that should fix this. Okay, 4 and 5. Okay, so this whole area up here is connected input, output, and programmed. So now I just got to run the materials underneath to connect them. But we'll do that after we get all the stuff put up top. All right. So on the top, so it was 5 furnaces. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. And this one came down here, but down 4. Or 4 gap in between. Okay. And this one there's 6 of. 4, 5, and 6. Alright, and then 3 more here. So directly matched up with that one, but 4 blocks in between these 2. And only 3 this time, because we're going to have some fabricators on the other side of these. And then the same thing, line up with you, but 4 down from here. And 3 here as well. Okay, now I need 5 fabricators up here. And they'll just line up with this and continue this pattern. 1, 2, and then down here there'll be 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and now let's go ahead and put our input-output holes. Do everything all at once. I think I was back and forth. Again, like I was saying, there's a lot of things that I'm doing a little bit different than last night. Just from lessons learned, we'll call it. Okay, put our 2 down there. Okay, 2 there. Why does it feel like I keep needing to get lower? Okay, that one went. So far, no issues. I don't know why I just said that. I'm just asking for issues. Okay, we'll fix that. That's just another one of those coolers down there. So, luckily, so far, I haven't had any superheat issues either. We'll have to keep paying attention to that. I've been noticing some weird thing where sometimes there's like, I wonder. So I've been having issues where I'll like go to lay out a large amount at once, and even though it lays them out, it ends up not showing a few of them. And so I just lay it down again, and I'm wondering if that's why some of these have to be destroyed twice, like there's another one inside of it. Which is interesting, as you're not supposed to be able to clip in this game, even though that would be amazing if we could. Okay. Wow. Goes to show you, sometimes it's just positioning. The other one was just, unfortunately, had a lot of bad positioning. Okay. I think this is the last row, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Outputs. Oh, shoot. Okay. I saw it too late to stop myself. If I put you here... Can you then sit on top of this? I'm trying to take you away. I had a problem similar to this on the other side as well. Okay, looks like that did... That was enough for it to be happy. Okay, good. A little nervous. Okay, come on. Okay, up we go. So we were bound to have at least one of those. Couldn't be perfect. Okay. I think that's all of them, right? Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing as the other side. Let's go ahead and get everything programmed while we're up here. And then we'll add in our crossways. Okay, so I got all 5 of these are stators. Okay. Easy enough. Having a thought. Well, while the autosave happens. Having a thought, though. Oh, there's 3 furnaces. Okay, so I wouldn't... Okay. I was thinking if it was only 2 over here, I could just run all the stators across, but I don't have enough room for the 2 furnaces, so that would still be an issue. Okay, that's fine. Did I get both of you yet? I don't think I did. Nope. Stator. Stator. Okay. Now the first 2 of you are inductor, then the super magnet. Okay, and you're the super magnet. Yeah, and you're sulfuric acid and chemicals, so yeah. You're gonna be waiting a little bit. Alright, synthetic silicon. Yeah, a lot of this stuff's gonna be feeding into each other. So having the outputs go underground makes it easier to bring things back again. Okay. Okay. I need to look at something. All right. Far as furnaces. Okay, 8 ceramics. So I've got 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. And then chemicals. 3. Okay, that's one change I need to make up here. Had to catch a call. Did I miss anything? No, actually things are somewhat going fairly well. I'm just doing a little bit of editing on the map over there, so trying to make it so I only have to run one line of things. So I was just making sure of something. So up here, this entire row is ceramics. That was one of the things I intentionally did to try to make it easier to run all my cables. Instead of having them go front and back where I had to loop it around, I'm just trying my best to put everything in one row. Now, I can't do that with ceramics because I need 8 of them. Oh, yeah. I've did it a couple times. I made the mistake of saying that I hadn't had any issues with the holes in this one, and then almost immediately after I had an issue with the hole. Alright, chemicals, and then the last 2 are ceramics again. So that side is fully programmed. Ceramics. And it has all of the wires going in and out, basically, to the post below. These ones are now programmed. So I just need to go underneath now. Oh, trust me, I was in the Navy, so you know, combine Murphy with Fubar, and you pretty much got everything covered. Is that? Yep. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, you're just support. Never mind. Keep forgetting supports can move. One of my favorite sayings from when I was in the Navy was when someone messed up, you told them they didn't do their 5 P's, or the 5 P's. I don't know if that was you didn't do it, but it was the 5 P's. And the 5 P's were prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance. Say that 5 times fast. But it was always correct. Alright, I think these will make it. I think that I'm okay with this like that. Snafu, yep. Yep. Well aware of it all is what it is. Don't forget. The thing I always cracked up was when I was younger, before I ever joined, I always talked about, hey, it's good enough for government work, and then that became a joke when I was actually doing government work now. One more in here. Okay. Yeah, Navy, if we are military, if you can't come up with an acronym for something, you're doing something wrong. Sometimes I think we had acronyms for acronyms. Right? Yeah, and the way I did the last one, I put in all of my crosses, and then I came in afterwards to connect them up, and you get into a bit of a groove. That is the biggest oxymoron of all. Good enough for government work. Oh, I know. Completely. Okay. Just slide you over one again. My favorite one, though, and I still use it sometimes, when something doesn't work, so you just shut it off and turn it back on. That will forever in my mind be a Raytheon reset. Don't shoot the pillar. These ones are only supporting the bottom area, so I'm okay with those. It's the ones that go up that I have troubles with. So as long as it's the output and it's just one of those moved over, those are fine. Okay. Oh, Sikorsky. Yeah, I can see that. But you guys have Raytheon too, don't you? I'd imagine. It's all the different electronics and things. Man, I'm making way better time than I did yesterday. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, one more. Alright, back below. Yeah. Every time you do something a second time, it's always better and easier. Well, for the most part. Practice makes this imperfect. Which one would I need to move? I think I can still make you connect. That one I can't move because that's an actual support pillar for the up top. Okay, yep, I can make it. Can I put you in front? I can't, so it's still only one gap. That's fine. I can live with that. Are you serious? 2 in a row? Well, it is what it is. Sometimes I tried to keep it the exact same, but that can tell that there's 2 there because that was one of the ones where it didn't reach the ground. Alright. Uh-oh. This one smells like it might give me trouble. Yep, and it did. Will you make it from here? Okay, yep, okay. That's all I needed to know. It's a little cockeyed from where I'd like it. But I think it'll still work. 4. Alright, last row here. Insert. Uh-oh. Think that'll still work. So, every now and then I'm actually going to run across where I was bringing something in. That's right, I had to move the hole. So it's still only 1, but it just gets moved over a block. Oh, that's right, I'm putting in these for now. Getting ahead of myself. I'll do all that stuff here in a sec. Oh. Oh, wait. Never mind. You're one of these pillars. I can remove you. You're just excess. There we go. Perfect. And yep, there we go. That's as far as that one went, right? This first one. See, I get turned around. I was thinking I was going this way when I'm going this way. Okay, now that makes sense. Now I'm back where I'm supposed to be. So easy to get turned around when it's all, it looks the same. Okay, now I can connect everything once more here, and then we can actually start running cable for real. Awesome if we could put posts on the bottom of the floor. Dude, I thought last night I thought I could because I was trying to put one over here, and I went up and I'm like, but I realized it was just the bottom of the pole. Got myself excited for nothing. Oh, you're not under. How did I get off by a block? Are you guys all off by a block? You are. Alright, let's get them in the right position and then we'll delete them all. Yeah, for this to work, the post has to be directly under the block that is the output. So it can go out like a block, half the block can come back in. So just now. Oh no. Trust me, this is way more fun when I actually have interaction. I have to talk no matter what. It's just whether it's to myself or somebody else, right? I think that was... So when I was... I think I was only E5 at the time, but my kids were younger and all. I started YouTubing, and I was doing okay. But when I decided to do it again, I knew I had to teach myself how to talk to myself again. So I think that was my initial reason why I did my YouTube before I started streaming. I wanted to make sure I was comfortable, because I know how the game works. You know, if it's good, you know, it usually takes you a while before you really start, you know, getting to the point where you got people to talk to and stuff. So I'd say my first 6 months of streaming, maybe a half hour here and there where I'd have somebody pop in, but for the most part, it was just me talking to myself. What the heck? Oh, it's right there. That was weird. I couldn't see it. So now I got more people stopping by. It just, I don't know. It makes it a lot funner to actually have someone to talk to. Okay. I forgot how much easier this was when I was in drone mode. To fix that hole in the floor there. I probably need to put a support pillar back. I think that's why the issue was there. Okay, you went to there. Have you tried Green Hell yet? I had not. I know that it's the same people making it. Did I do it again? I did. This is the second time I'm off by a block. For the longest time, I felt kind of locked in with 7 days. Just because I played it so much Hold on, what the heck is going on? Why am I... Oh, that's why. That's right, these have a different spot where they go in. So those ones had to be back, these ones had to be forward. Okay. Very unforgiving game of... Yeah, that is what I heard. I heard that was like the most brutal of the crafting survival games. And I did, I think, watch a little bit of gameplay of it. I don't know whether it was like... Might have been like Game Edged or Cage84, whatever. Watched them a little bit back in the day. But I think it might have been one of them playing it. Yeah, that's another thing that's hard when you first start too. If you get, if you start getting some traction in one game, you kind of get afraid to experiment or move away from that game. So, I was streaming 7 days for the longest time, and I think I started doing the YouTube around the time that things... He has got me into several games. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty fun to watch. Especially his multiplayer stuff, I guess. You get the right group of people playing, and it, that adds to the experience. Oh, that's right, I got to go to this one over here. I got some old buddies we used to play. Like my original streaming was playing Minecraft back in the day. Some modded stuff, but a lot of it was with some friends of mine that we all played together on a server. And kind of sucks because over the years now, everybody grows up and kind of moves on, and that's kind of what happened with us. So every now and then we'll server to play something new, and everybody jumps back in for a small amount of time before they get bored, beat it, and move on again. So I don't know, you just can't capture that kind of experience again. But I think down the road, eventually I'll start adding more people into play. The old MechWarrior games, that was the best MP game ever played with friends. So, funny thing is, my gaming experience has almost always been online up until I discovered Diablo. So, I played Ultima Online for probably years. In fact, I even ended up getting... I wouldn't call it a job because it was volunteering. They got the GMs, and then they had the counselors, the ones that would, come in and, first step and trouble tickets and whatnot. And I actually got to become a counselor, which was interesting because it was a knowledge test. So, the interview for that, asked all kinds of questions because they were, they needed to make sure that you knowledgeable about the game. So I did that for a while. And then around the first expansion, I got introduced to EverQuest, and I ended up playing that for a few years. Again, played hardcore, and that was back when I could only play one game at a time. Like everything, it was all or nothing. So if I was playing one game, I didn't play anything else. And then a buddy of mine that's why I came down. A buddy of mine from the Navy. Basically wanted, he was starting a character on World of Warcraft. So apparently we all had to be Pokemon names. I never played Pokemon. I don't know, it just came after my time. So we just had to pick a name. So I was Metapod, a troll rogue. And I ended up playing World of Warcraft for probably 5 or 6 years. I played all the way through Cataclysm, and that was kind of where Mr. Pandaria came out, and I was just I've come back a few times. I played Classic all the way up through Wrath. That was fun. And it was cool, too, because I was able to get into a really good guild, and we were able to actually... We beat everything all the way through Burning Crusade, and then I didn't finish Wrath, but I mean, yeah, I got to make it through every boss, got all the different set pieces, and I even followed my path. So I did Rogue for Vanilla, and then I switched over to a Mage, Undead Mage for Burning Crusade. So yeah, for the longest time, my entire thing was MMORPGs. I think my first, I was visiting my uncle, I remember, and he had a computer, which I didn't, and he had a game on there. I played and I got addicted, and that was the original Diablo. Yeah, I've looked at it. I think I got as much out of it as I was going to get out of it. The hard part is it started becoming a job. Like that was my entire life again. And I remember how it was back in the old days, and it was fun to experience the stuff I didn't get to experience the first time. But again, yeah, it started becoming like an entire job. Going, especially in vanilla, when we had to go around and get all the buffs before you could go do a raid. So I think just around the time when Wrath came, it it was time for me to move on. And 7 days, I've been playing that since like Alpha 11 or Alpha 12, around that's when I discovered it, and that's been the one that just kind of sticks, and I keep coming back to it. Yeah, no. Actually, I said I made it all the way through to the end of both Vanilla, Cthulhu, all the way through, and then even Burning Crusades, Illidan, and everything. We did the entirety, every single dungeon cleared, 40 man. God, that was fun. I didn't get to do any of that when I played Vanilla because I started in Vanilla for World of Warcraft. That was still, so I got to go through. Shit, we even got our guild master the bug mount. Like that was like, oh God, that was like 3 or 4 days of grinding. But yeah, we got her the they did the Silithus. Yeah, we actually got her the bug mount, which is cool. It was funny too because I think her husband and a couple people were really close to where the server was for the game. So we had all of our, like an instant attack things mapped to our scroll wheel, and they were catching everything before anyone else could. So when we wanted to do something, we would just take it over because no one else could get the aggro. And yeah, all hours of the night. That was something. But Minecraft, that was what finally got me off the MMOs. I think that was right before I met my kid's mom. And a buddy of mine was telling me I should play it, and I never even considered it. I think it was right before the Redstone, like the Pistons and stuff came out. But he showed me a mod he was playing where he was making a nuclear power plant, or power for his game, and I'm like, what the heck? So I ended up getting into Minecraft. That's actually when I met Renivo. Yeah, well, when we met, we were playing Better Than Buildcraft, so it was like a combination of Better Than Wolves from Flower Child and the Buildcraft mods. And the Better Than Wolves has got repurposed. Someone else took over for it, and it's like the one where you have to do like water mills to get things working and all the little pistons and gears and stuff. So someone picked it up and continued on afterwards. Actually, it's supposed to be underneath. But there was making some urns and things, and he had some videos out, of a good design, and so I put a video out, building on his design, some ideas I had, and he actually hit me up and invited me to the server. So when I got on there, I think Hypnotize had we had the joke like once you get over 1,000 subscriptions, you had to leave. So Generic B had already left by the time I got there, and then I was there at the end of, I think, Hypno. Yeah, there was like some big name people that were actually playing on there one time, and I think Ren would have continued his streaming, but he still is a developer for a game company, fairly high up. So eventually, he just, they started making it so you had to say who you are, who you work for. I don't think he liked that. He liked to keep it kind of a secret. Not a secret, but it's a wrong word for it. Didn't want to brag about it or have that be a thing. So he eventually stopped. But, I got a lifelong friend out of it, so that's cool. Even... What the heck? Why did I think that was going to work? Like when he would come into San Diego, when I still lived there for like the little conferences and stuff, we'd always hook up, meet up, and go do stuff. So yeah, I had fun. You know, and again, that was like my first kind of real experience with making videos, because you know, like I said, I was making them at the time, and that's kind of how we sort of met. Again, it was cool. I enjoyed those times, but then I ended up getting on a pre-commissioned ship, so brand new, and I was so busy that I never had time to make videos anymore or really do much of anything. So that was kind of when things ended, and I didn't touch it again until I guess February of last year, when I started my retirement, and that was kind of the goal. So again, I started with YouTube. Get used to talking to myself again. Wait, you didn't connect? Oh, you didn't connect. And then I'm trying to remember when I actually started doing the streaming as well. But I don't know, I'm having fun. I got a little. I was doing pretty good with Vane as well. I was playing Vane and having a good time with there. I'm waiting for that to upgrade or update again. Never played Project Zomboid. Everybody says it's like it. I don't know. It was a fun play, I would say, on the survival crafting. The biggest thing that was missing, though, was you couldn't build your own base. Like, all you could do is kind of fortify stuff that was already there. I want to try out Windrose, but I know it's like years off, and it's just the demo is only limited, so it's like I would hate to play that, get super into it, and then, you know, have nothing for like 2 years. But it looks great. So here's the funny thing. I have lots of things that make it impossible for me to spend any long-term amount of time with actual real people, even people I tolerate. Definitely not people I don't know very well. And I almost immediately, it's like a glass filling up, and then I've got to leave. I've got to go. Like, that fight or flight just builds in me, and it's like, it sucks in real life, you know. My ex, who's actually still really good friends with me, and you know, we have kids together, obviously. She's like my best my best savior when it comes to that, because she can see when it's happening. Probably would have been better if we'd figured this out while we were married. We might still be married. But she'll make excuses and stuff for me. But then I get on here and I'm talking to a screen. No problems. I have no issues, zero issues talking to a text message. And I don't know what's different. It's something in my head or something that just, I don't know. I can sit down, I can have conversations, I can talk, I can be myself, you know, and no issues. It's that real life contact, especially eyes, man. Everybody wants to look at eyes, and I don't. I find myself looking away or looking at noses or trying to pretend I'm looking at someone in the eye. But I don't know. I don't get that thing why people want to have that eye contact thing. But again, so even if you think you couldn't stream, you might end up finding that's, I don't know, it's different enough that you can still do it. Okay. These are all, I keep saying it, but man, does that not look cool? Having these things 100% hooked up, and that's all you can see. God, I love that. It's the lack of noise. It makes it easier to deal with the person. Hell yeah. Lack of noise. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about when it gets the silence. Yeah. Even in the Navy, like, especially like being a chief and stuff, you know, it's a very close-knit group and stuff. And for the most part, I would just kind of sit quietly. That's funny. My nickname was Cocaine Chad, because I was the quiet guy. And my mind's always working, and I'm really good with comebacks, snappy comebacks, and insults and things like that. So I'd just be kind of sitting there minding my own business, and then out of nowhere I would throw in a zinger, and everybody just looked at me and was like, where did that come from? So that was... So even with people I was, you know, fairly close with, you know, you still kind of... You find ways to... I wouldn't say back off, but to keep your distance. Yeah. Oh, man. 70% of my 100% disability is mental disorder. Oh, man. I don't know how I made it through 22 years. apparently I got really good at masking. Okay. Let's start running cables. So I think the first thing I want to do, the first 4 up there are tubes. So if we bring this up, let me shrink it down so I can look at it. Or do I want the other one? I think the other one just easier to read. Yeah, I think that one's easier to read. It's actually bigger print. All right, so if we're looking at furnaces for tubes, no, fabricators for tubes. There we go. Titanium rod, titanium sheet. Oh, that's super simple. And it's 60 per. And I'm doing 4, so shit, 1 line each of both will fill all 4 of those. And the sheets are right here, and the tubes are right there, and they're going. It's like the easiest one ever. So the plan I have for this one is going to be to run these. I appreciate it, and it's funny too, because when I got out, I wanted nothing that even resembled what I did in the Navy. So basically, I didn't want to be in charge of any people, and I didn't want to be in charge of any systems, because that was my entire life for 22 and a half years. Well, not 22 and a half for the people, because for a decent portion of it, I was I was the people that were, you know, being looked at. But once you make it up to E7, it's like the entire world changes. Like, now you're the one that's in charge of entire programs, running them, making sure that they all go, and then you get put in charge of entire divisions of people. So I've got, I call them babies, you know, but I got these little 18-year-old kids coming straight out of boot camp, coming to, you know, in my division, and I'm responsible for their, I don't know, their I walked right in there. Like teaching them how the Navy works, you know, how the military works, you know, to help, you know, finishing the process that is boot camp. And at the same time, you know, just everything. And yeah, that's a lot of personal interaction. Except for that as an E4, we had, yeah. So, I mean, the thing is I'm going to fall again. It's like, it's not like, so I would say for 6 years I was an E6, and in the Navy that's who's really running the division. Like, you know, the chiefs, yes, is responsible overall for it, but you know the E6 are the ones that actually handle everything. You know, so that's who you're talking to. That's who's actually kind of doing it. And I think in the other branches it's the E5s. I think that's kind of the way that works. So like but the E5 Mafia or something. So I you know, but then once you get to that E7, the program part's the crazy part, because you know you're running a program that's, you know, for a ship of 300 plus people, you know, which gets kind of interesting. Alright, then over to here. But I mean, I can't really complain. Like I said, you know, it was tough at times, but you know, I got to go all over the world, man. I got to go to places and countries that not that most people don't get the chance to. Most people are never going to be allowed to, you know. You know, well, I guess Vietnam's a little more open now, but you know, going to like some of those, you know, Western Pacific countries and things like that, it was just, you know, unique experiences, which was, oh man, which I will be forever grateful for. I'm still trying to remember. I think it was Peru is where I ate the guinea pig. Somewhere. Maybe it was the Philippines. I don't remember. The weird things, you know, there was like one of the countries we went to that was like the big delicacy was guinea pig. And the crazy part is it wasn't like it was disguised, you know, like little nuggets or little whatever. No. You got a plate that had a guinea pig sprawled out, four legs sticking out. But I had to try it, you know, because you go to places like that, you got to at least try it. And when I went to Thailand, I got to go on a tour where we got to tap rubber trees. That was awesome. So, you know, it's cool getting to do some of those things. Dubai, the first time I went to Dubai, I did what they called the desert safari. So it's like you meet in like this area, and then like, you know, they break you off into groups. You get into these like Land Rovers, and they go driving through the sand dunes, making jumps, all this kind of stuff. And then they take you to go see camels. You get to ride them, you know, be up close with them. And then at the end of the night, or when the night's coming, they take you to it's like a recreation of a Bedouin campsite. You can like snowboard down the dunes and stuff, and it's like a full feast meal, hookah, and then, you know, like belly dancing and stuff. And did you ever eat yellow chicken? Not that I remember. That doesn't sound familiar. I did eat a fish head once in Singapore.
Has finished regenerating.
Alright. Okay, that one's done. Yeah, that was like the easiest one ever. The next one is heat resistant sheet, and it's just one. Interesting. Wait. Heat resistant sheets. That should be a oh, that's way up there. Never mind. No, it's a stabilizer. And that is 10 rotors, 20 titanium rods. Oh. So the rotors I did directly into there. And then titanium rods. So technically, that one made me scratch my head. Oh, okay, Tunis Africa had yellow chicken, and I'm talking about the meat. It was greasy like duck, but chicken flavor. The closest I got to Africa was Djibouti. And I was supposed to go in there to do some stuff while we were spending an entire deployment off the coast of Yemen. It didn't end up turning out. Oops. So I didn't go to that. That was about the closest I came to Africa. Almost like Australia, where the closest I came to Australia was sitting off the coast doing exercises before we got chased away by a typhoon. Okay, so this one needs rods, which I can also get from here. And then I just need one of these to come up to here. Let me get into drone mode. Come down here. I just need to... That's one of the things that I don't like, is when you're trying to go down a hole, and if you hit any part of it, you come out of the drone mode. First sight from the airport there was pilot trash alongside the roads, as you could see. My first sight of the Philippines, a mile out, was nothing but trash in the water. That was eye-opening. I should have put a hole. Okay, I need to come up right here. So if I bring it over to here, come back up, that should be good. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Can I reach you from here? No. If I go higher, can I do that? I'm gonna have to figure this out if I'm gonna try to bring things from up and under. Okay, no, you're still... Okay, so maybe if I do it like an output. If I put you over here... Okay, well, let's try you then, like... Underneath. Oh, you're gonna give me problems. Right, let's try that. Do you need to be higher? Alright, I gotta... This is like my first time trying this. It was a great idea in theory. We're about to find out if it's a good idea in practice. Yep, I just had to go up higher. Yeah, it worked up that way, so, okay. I mean, it still works. It's not as elegant as I was hoping it would be. Oh, and I still got to figure out how to get you connected into here. Oh. I get the the game to stop hitching on me. I think. Okay, so you work there. It's gonna be one of them weird ones. Okay, there we go. So I've got the rotor connected to this one with the rod, so that whole first row is done. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. And then everything on the output is connected. About time for an upgraded GPU? Yeah? What are you thinking of? What are you looking at? I mean, I know right now it's hard to get anything. Definitely some of the new ones I would like, but I'm pretty sure I'm set for a while, so I just need to maybe wait for the 60 series before I upgrade. It's like me and phones. I usually go every other year on phones, just because I don't think they iterate enough on them every year to require needing a brand new phone. Even though sometimes they're cool. Like the last one I got was the S Plus when they came up with the first little bits of AI, and it was fun to play around, take a picture, and hold down on the person, make them disappear. But yeah, no, I haven't upgraded since then, so I think I'm still on the 24 Ultra. If I had my choice, I would buy top end and hope for it to last 10 years like my last one has. I mean, that's kind of what I did here. So I have another computer that's like a 3080, and you know, it's you know, beefy enough. But I had some money going into my retirement, and I knew what I was going to be doing, so I figured I wanted to build a computer that would last me a good amount of time. So, you know, I ended up buying, you know, I spent about $4,000 on my computer. So included half of that was on a 4090 liquid cooled. But I figure I should be good for a while. At least that's the hope. Okay, I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heat resistant sheets from the furnace. And that is 15 plate, 30 sheet, 15 glass per. And I need how many? 6? So what? 30, 60, 90 plate. 180 sheets. Yeah, I'm gonna need more than one wire coming through here, aren't I? I like it when I can just run them all on one wire. Now what I could do, this is not going to be good for right now. The throughput isn't going to be good for right now. But at the end of this factory, I will unlock tier 3 belts. So maybe I run this on a single belt, even though it's going to not be able to run the whole thing 100%, knowing that tomorrow or the whatever, I'll be able to upgrade it and then it'll be fine. And that makes it actually better now, because then I'm not running the craziness that I was yesterday. So I think that's what I want to do. So wolfram plate, titanium sheet, and glass. I need to get it on one wire and then run it down that entire row. I think that'll look pretty good. Wait, I did the rotors right. Hold on, did I mess that up? I didn't do the second row yet, did I? Okay, so I ran this input's coming from the wrong output. I was taking it off of tubes. I hadn't done the rotors yet. Okay. Easy fix, though. I still need you coming in. Oh, okay, I didn't connect you yet. Good. Or did I? Oh no, you were inputs for over there. Okay, gotcha. So I'm about to put in rotors, which is going to be here. So technically, well, I'm already thinking about it. I can run you to here. Okay, I can't make it there. I'm trying to see if there's any way I can make this turn. Yeah, I think that's about the only way I can do this. Still running an old Asus Predator first gen. Need to build a desktop instead of... Oh, you're running a laptop? Yeah. I did have a laptop that I kind of used for when I went to work. Because, you know, we had, you know, every 5 days you had duty where you were stuck on the ship for 24 hours, you know, manning all the watches and things like that. So, yeah, I had a laptop for that just because I'd get bored if I wasn't playing something. Okay, is this where we're... No, it was over here, right? You the last one? Spinning around. At least it doesn't make you get sick. That would suck. Okay. Just need to make sure I got the first one. So that's you inputting. Yep. So I just need to get you to here. So I put you like this. Funny part is, like, the last few years before I got out, you know, I was the section leader, so I'm the one. I didn't actually have to stand watches per se, but anytime anything went wrong, I was the one that had to go figure out what's there and fix it, manning wise, writing the watch bills, all that kind of stuff. All right, let's go to tubes. Now that I actually remembered that I hadn't done them yet. Where are you here? Oh, I'm in furnaces. That's why I can't find it. There we go. Titanium rod, titanium... Wait. Oh, I'm doing rotors. That's right. Okay, make sure... Yes, rotors. Sounds fun. Not really. Yeah. Yeah, especially when you get things like people coming back to the ship drunk or all those kind of crazy things, you know, sexual, yeah, all those fun things. Shit, one time we had to actually lock down the ship for a sailor coming back because he got in trouble and they were concerned he was going to try to come back with a gun. Yeah, that was fun. Okay. Rotor. Okay, titanium rod and wolfram wire. So 20 titanium rods, 20 wolfram wire. Can still run that on one. I think I'm going to take it out of the other side of that same one that we started with. So I can... Well, actually, I should put the hole first. So yeah, so I'm going to drop you here. Slam you down to the ground. But take you off of this side. So you can actually still get 240 coming from both, because I got more than that coming in. Okay, and that takes me up to here. So it's this whole row here that we got to get to. So I guess I could... yeah, I suppose here would be the spot to bring it to. Should be able to connect to this one, but then run it the rest of the way down here. Now I just got to get the wolfram wire over here. Yeah, this can start getting crazy doing all this stuff here. Okay. Alright, I think... Oh, gotta make a hole first for it. almost want to... Actually, it's it. You know what? That'll work. There's nothing else going to go on that entire line because I'm taking up everything from it. So I can go one further block out from here. Okay, here to here. And I just run it the opposite direction. We had a troop get pulled back after he separated because he decided to super glue everything to all the items on every desk down. He messed up when he glued the chief's favorite coffee mug down. Oh, geez. The only thing worse than that is washing the chief's coffee mug. Took the handle off and tried to pick it up. Oh, God. Yep. Oh. The shenanigans, I think, are one of the things I'll miss. Especially during things like crossing the line. That was always a fun one. In fact, I got to be a golden shellback because I crossed the line at the equator. So international date line and the equator at the same time. That was a cool one. That's another one of those things that most people will, never get to experience. My understanding is he spent some time in Leavenworth. Oh yeah. I would that wouldn't surprise me at all. Willful destruction of government property. Yeah. I don't know how long you would be for that. It depends, I guess, on how much damage was done to things. I would imagine. Why am I doing this? Why am I like this? I know for a fact I was supposed to slam those down. Alright, but it should make it easier now. I forgot that I can lock things. And then mess it up. We had one sailor that kept not coming in on his duty days and stuff. And he didn't show up one day, so, we ended up sending someone over for a health and wellness check. And of course, the cops were there as well when they came to his door. So next thing you know, he gives us a call and he's like, how did it go? Because it was like a friggin' running meme for like forever afterwards. Oh yeah, it was like, he's like, the cops are here with somebody or other. Is this bad? We couldn't stop laughing at the stupidness of the question. Yes. The cops are at your door waking you up and you're asking if that's bad. That's all the brand new ooh, that's not good. The unit because of this guy. Okay, yeah, when you're talking about friggin' encrypted phones and stuff, yeah. That's not good. Yeah. For us, at least like a lot of the times, it really depended on, what your job was, as well as there's a lot of different things, as far as what type of pranking you kind of do. Like if you were an E6 that got selected for E7 and we're going through the initiation process, there was expected that you would pull some kind of prank on the genuines. And then of course, if you were a blog because you'd never crossed the date line, and you were going to be going through the ceremony for that, the day before, they would have like a called the WOG Revolution, where they would prank. When I say everything, if I could, wow. I mean, you gotta kind of respect the what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, full send, right? Jeez, that's crazy. Alright, so now we just got to go from U to U, and from U. Okay, there we go. Dedication, yeah. Yeah, that's just, yeah, it's dedication. Almost reminds me of The Office and some of the pranks that they would do on The Office. Should I have gone from here instead to save a little more space? I think that actually probably would be better. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. A little middle. I like to at least leave some kind of a path to make it through. Not that anything's gonna be perfect, but you know, be at least decent. Originally, I was going to join Navy. Kind of wish I had. When they said nukes, I had questions. So put it this way: if you made it into the nuke program, chances are you are autistic. The joke I ended up making towards the end of my Navy career is the ASVAB is an actual test to see where you are on the spectrum. And I still hold that to be true. What I didn't expect, because I always laughed and said I was the exception, you know, because I got a 99 on the ASVAB, but I was fine. Only to find out later, no, I am on the spectrum. I was correct. Oh man, we had one guy. Oh my goodness, it was so obvious that he was like very autistic. Man, he would get fixated on like something. So he was the watch station after ours. So we would make it a point to get him fucking wound up right as we were getting ready to leave. So he would be going off for the next 5 hours with the other guys on watch with him. Not the nicest thing to do, but boy, was it fun. Alright, is that everything now? I think I was trying to get one when I fell through. Okay, you're there, you're there. Okay. Oh. Alright, we done? Okay. These are inputs. Okay, so here's the next group. And the next group is heat-resistant sheets. 6 of them. Qualified for the top program. I just didn't want to glow. It's not nice to play with guys like that. It is fun though. No, for sure. Yeah, in the Navy, nukes have a reputation. Well earned, you know. It just, you know,
delicious.
You can't help the kind of person you are, and the call it the anal requirements that you know are needed to be able to do everything that's required in the nuke program definitely requires a specific kind of person. All right, heat resistant sheets, right? Yes, 6 of those. And that's finally getting into the furnace. Okay, for those I need wolfram plate, titanium sheet, and glass. Okay, the wolfram plate, titanium sheet I can get. Glass, I'm going to have to go to the output of where it's going to be created. Okay, so wolfram plate, titanium sheet. How close are you guys together? Already this looks better than the last time. Okay, there's titanium sheet. Titanium beams. Okay, wolfram plates over there. I could go here. Actually, that's probably not a bad idea. So, and then I'll meet the other stuff over there, and it's going to come in this direction. There we go. Thing was, I wanted to work on computers specifically. I wanted to program. So there really wasn't anything like that offered for us in the Navy. I mean, the closest you came was IT's, information technologists, and they worked with the routers and things like that. Like they were the operators for the radios. They did all the work, you could say, with permissions and tracking and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Maybe they did a little programming, but it wouldn't have been a lot. I know okay, I know that's right, I can do that. I know I do remember for a while there, because I took what was the I took a an NEC that basically kind of crossed over, because the ITs used to be like 2 rates, and then they combined them into one. So it was like the Radio Men, and I forget what the other one was. So I got this NEC, but I never got to use it because it stopped being a thing where, you know, ETs did anything with the IT stuff. Yeah, too easy. I wanted the challenge of designing. And so ironic thing is, the closest I came to doing that, when I was at shore duty, at EWTG pack. Yes, everyone likes acronyms. Expeditionary Western Pacific Training Group, EWTG pack. Yeah, been so long I even forgot what the actual acronym meant. But yeah, when I was over there, they wanted to make a push to SharePoint. So they sent a bunch of us to like a week-long class where they basically went over the basics of it, as well as some of the more advanced stuff. And it was right up my alley. I took really well to it. And so I basically, you know, I was part of the process of turning this over. So I was making like web pages and stuff for it. And one of the things I ended up doing, and I actually got a Navy Marine Corps Achievement Medal off of it. But I designed a complete setup, start to finish, with all the actual supply forms that they had to do. I recreated them, and set up an entire network with signatures, routing. So basically, you'd put in like a requisition. You could see it. You could see whose desk it was, where it was in the chain as far as being. I did want to go down in there. Signed, and where it was until all the way. So it was like a start to finish complete process that was all done on SharePoint. At no point did you ever actually have to do any printing of papers or anything. And it worked well. I did it for the 2 years. I'm not sure what happened after I left, because I think I was the only one that actually knew how it worked. But yeah, like that was fun. That was probably about 3 months of work doing that, which I really had a good time. And again, like I said, I got to design the command web page for the SharePoint and stuff. Yeah. Apparently there's some, I forget what it is, but there's some certification you can get, like, you know, has to do with doing a project, documenting. Like if I had documented it or something like that, I guess I could have gotten the certification or award or something. I don't know. I was just having fun. Buddy of mine at my first shore command, though, he was a genius with access, and so he made an entire trouble ticket thing for us over there. That was cool too. Okay, so now I think I just need to put them. I think if I put it here, it just goes up and into it. Let me try that real fast. Again, I'm trying to do everything. If I can keep everything nice and clean and low to the floor, it'll make it way easier to yeah, go back and forth in here. Okay, I like that. Yeah, because what I had yesterday was a combination of sliding and jumping to make it through. And I still know some of the SharePoint stuff. Not as much as I did at that time, though. But you know, you just had to find opportunities. And like I said, one of the things that I became known for was Excel. And a lot of it was just me Googling how to do stuff, you know, and just every time someone wanted to know how to do something, and I would figure it out for them. Just one more thing I added to my knowledge repertoire. So when I was making these Excel sheets for Star Rupture, like I don't know, it was all stuff I'd done before. I think the sheets, designing them, took me hardly any time. It was just getting all the numbers correctly to put them in. Alright, so this, I just need to figure out how to get the glass output over to this line. So actually, well, let's run all this, because I can get the glass to come up right here and feed in. So I might as well at least get everything else connected. Okay, so it was a wolfram sheet, titanium sheet. Okay, so it's right here. Oh, that's right. And I had to do this to get it over. This one almost makes me think of like a circuit board drawing when you're looking at them, and it's got like the little crossover little rectangle thing to show you that it doesn't actually go through the wire, it goes over the wire. That's what that reminded me of. But so far, like I said, this is way cleaner than it was last night. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise that I followed the wrong diagram. It didn't feel that way the moment I realized it, and I tried to look at it as like, is there a way I can salvage? And the more I looked at it, I was like, no, there's absolutely nothing I can do to fix this. It was wrong on so many different levels. Learned back in the old basic A days, it surprised people because I could debug. Oh, okay. So as I wrote them, there was almost no issue when I finished them. See, again, it's a specific type of, I want to say mindset, but a specific type of mind that is able to, you know, look at something like that and be able to see it in a way that it's easy to see when something's wrong. Yeah, oh, dude. Yes. Oh, yes. I agreed. Oh, man. Oh, it's... Dude, it's so satisfying, too. Holy shit. Guess where glass is? It's right above. I just have to run it back into there. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, so how much glass do I need? 15 per craft. And I'm making, what? 6 of them? Okay, so yeah. I need what? 1.5 outputs. So I'm gonna have to at least cut it off at 2. In a way, I think that's just how my brain thinks. It's like I was saying, it's a certain, like, that's how you see things, like, you know, you're talking about looking at code and being able to dissect it and everything, because it's a specific type of mind that just gravitates towards it. My thing, my NEC in the Navy. Wait, why do I not have something here? I have a hole, but nothing. But my NEC was Link, and the Air Force uses Link too. So that's why all the fighters, you know, they share their radar pictures and things like that. So you might have, I don't know if you ever had to deal with it or not. Yeah. So Link 16 was my big thing, and Link 11. And the thing with both of those is most technicians hated those systems, because their functionality depended on other platforms and other people. So it's like when it would break, you know, it was your job to fix it and figure out what's wrong. But half the time it wasn't anything that was wrong on your side, so you ended up like having to troubleshoot other people's mistakes. But for me, things like that always made sense, because it's like why I made a good electronics technician is it's easy to troubleshoot. It's a 1 or a 0. It's there or it's not there. You know, it's sine wave. You got the wave or you don't got, you know, it was always very analytical to see it. And the same thing, you know, with my system, you know, it's the stuff was there or it wasn't there, you know. So I got really good at, you know, walking up into combat and having the operators say, this is what I'm seeing, and I was like, okay, got it. And then I would just turn around and walk out the door, and 10 minutes later they would have Link back. I prided myself on that too. They always, you know, it's like something you hear sometimes, you know, pride in your gear, pride in your equipment. It wasn't hard if you could put yourself in someone else's thought patterns. Well, and the funny thing too is, so I don't know how much you know about the different things. So, in, you know, on a Navy ship, you know, you've got CIC, which is a Combat Information Center. So that's kind of where all the radar picture is. It's where your tactical commander sits and a bunch of other stuff. It's also where they have the link and everything. And so your OS, Operations Specialist, that's where they hang out. And I got to the point where I would, instead of ask, they would have chat open like MIRC. It was like an old way people used to. They still do it in the Navy, believe it or not. But there was a specific way. There was a specific way words were used. All these different things, right? And I got to the point where when I would walk in, I would push the operator out of the chair, sit in the chair, jump onto chat, and basically impersonate an operator and tell them what to tell their technicians to do, so I could fix Link and go back to bed. 16 was easier. I mean, it's either time, crypto, or line of sight. Easy fixes. 11 was more difficult because you were dealing with radios, whether they were properly connected. There's a lot of other stuff that could go wrong with 11. So that one was tended to be a big problem, big issue with people or with ships. Uh-oh. Did I not go far enough? Ah, I didn't go back here. Okay. So I think... Oh, shoot. Oh. No, because you're going to be going the wrong direction. Trying to think how... Because I got to connect over to that one. Because I needed to do this to finish here. When they threw in the self-rotating crypto, it got more interesting. Oh, well, they kind of started... Some of the things got a little bit easier. Originally, I had to worry about, sticks and stones, specific days of crypto, and it would have multiples and things. Now it just rolls, makes it a lot easier, Just tell the ITs to come load it. Leave the room because you can't be in there when they load it. The memories... Because it's been a long time since I was the tech. Once you make it up to, the higher ranks, you're in charge of the techs. Which I did teach them. Like, that was always the thing I was good at, was instructing other people how to operate and how to do things like that. So that was about as close as I got. Okay. That now has titanium plate, wolfram plate, coming this way. And then output from glass coming into here. So heat resistant sheets are done. Now I just got to get glass. And then this entire area here is 100% operational, just not the output's not going anywhere yet. But I'm waiting to the end of that because some of the outputs have to go to other places. So instead of trying to get everything over to there and then rerouting, I'm just going to wait till everything's in its proper place. Let's see. So glass, I need 5 of these. Is helium and calcium powder. So I need 200 calcium powder and 80 helium. I'm gonna do the same thing because I know with the upgraded rails I will then be able to run them all in one sheet. So I will do that. So I need the helium and the powder, which I think both are at the other end. May seem random. You remind me of my brother-in-law. Looks mannerums almost to the tree. You know what the funny thing is? Someone told me that I look like the Jack Black's friend in Tenacious D. And I was like, I wanted to be insulted, but I was looking at the... I'm like, yeah, I guess I can see it. Yep. Sometimes you just can't help it. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, my sisters are in Texas and Oregon, and if you were my sister and any of the, or married to one of my sisters, you would know you would know if it was me, I'd assume. Powder. Okay, if I take the one furthest back and I take it underground, I think that's going to be the best plan for this. If I put you here, do I have to put you underneath, or can I do that? I can do that. Okay, good. Let me get further back here towards this area so I can try to get as much as I can. But I just have to run this over to that same spot that I ran the other one? Iowa. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna run you as a single as far as I can. Except for I need to go down apparently. Yeah. My brother-in-law in Oregon, I love to go visit them because he is a very well-known fishing guide in Oregon, Washington, and some parts of Alaska. So whenever I go over there to visit, if I want to go fishing, you know, he's got an open spot on the boat. So salmon fishing, all the different kind of things, that's always fun to do. Last name Rex, ring a bell by any chance? Rex? No. I think I got a Johnson. I forget the other ones. I'm a terrible brother. Okay, where did the glass come up? Where did the glass come up? Was it over? Hold on. Glass came up what, there? Oh, I need it for over here. It doesn't really matter where the glass came up. I just need to bring you up here. I think I went maybe too far, but if I go like this, can I just immediately come up? Okay, there we go. Okay, glass is here. I had to think for a minute to get his last name. Yeah. It took me years to condition my sisters not to expect a birthday call or wish for me. I don't do it on purpose. It just, I don't know, those kind of things never really triggered in my head. For the longest time, they would, you know, and then eventually, like I said, they finally got conditioned to the fact that if I did, you know, it was a treat, but they not something to be expected. Oh, boy. All right. Helium. Oh, that's right. I want to combine them over here. So it was calcium sheets and helium, and I think the helium was all the way down here. So technically, I don't even need to go there. I could come under here. Let me try this. And then where I just have to connect it down below onto the one wire, and we are good to go. Yeah, this one's going way faster than last night. And especially now that, well, first off, the whole going underground and knowing that I could go like straight from there, but also knowing that I can go with the higher speed wire, even though I don't have it yet. Much the same way, I don't even think about my birthday much. Expect to realize I'm getting older. So I probably wouldn't, except for, you know, kids. They like to make a big deal out of it, and most of my clothing that I have came from either a birthday or a Christmas gift. That's pretty much what my kids get me. So it's always fun, nerdy stuff, which is cool. I don't mind that. But yeah, that's definitely how I get most of my my clothing items. And then of course with their mom too, you know, we got to make that a big deal. So, you know, front them some money every time they have a birthday so they can you know, get her something. Ironic thing is like some of the best stuff I get is actually from her, man. It's weird. People get weirded out sometimes by how cozy of a relationship we have each other. Some people think like we're still dating or something. But I don't know, when you prioritize, you know, being less toxic or whatever for your kids, you know, it just makes it easier. That and the fact that we always joke, you know, whenever we do get upset, it's like, you know, it's not like before, we don't have to go home with each other. So like, so I'm from Wisconsin originally, huge Green Bay Packer fan. So 2-3 years ago when they did the last stock sale, I actually bought a share of the team, you know, so I could say I'm an owner. And I have this really nice fancy frame for it that she got me for Christmas that year. Mine like to go with the Star Wars stuff. Okay, nice. Yeah, it really is. And the best part is the kids. We've never played each other off for the kids. Even with like big gifts for Christmas and stuff, regardless of who spends more money on it, it's always a joint gift from each other. Like we don't, we're not trying to buy affection or Dad got me this, what are you gonna get me kind of thing. So, they've never had that kind of feeling where they have to feel like they're pushing one way or the other. And crazy part is, like, my youngest, the twins are friggin' sophomores in high school. I don't know what I do in 2 years when they're once they go up, because I'm assuming they're going to go to college and stuff. I've always located my living area based on wherever my kids were. So the whole reason I ended up in Washington is because my ex got orders on a ship that was coming up to Washington for getting fixed. And so I had to go look for orders that would also get me up to Washington. Once they're gone, though, I don't know. I keep cutting you off. Oh. Oh, it should only be like the I have it set for the shortest delay. No, I usually, I got a little thing that dings in my ear, or maybe even you guys can hear it, but it lets me know whenever something's in chat, so I, hey, except for apparently I'm not getting it in Discord. Salty Pug Lord. How's it going, man? Sorry if I missed you earlier. I just got done talking about the ding, and I did not hear a ding when you spoke up. But let me get that one back up here again now. About 5 or 10 seconds. There's a few things. Oh, YouTube. You know what? I don't know. I haven't looked at any of my YouTube settings. I'm thinking about Twitch. In Twitch, I have everything turned down to almost instant. I've never actually really thought about it for YouTube before. I've only been, I think, streaming on YouTube for maybe a couple months doing the multi-stream. Huh. No worries, man. Just building on my own factory while I watch. Yeah, I'm building my factory again. Because building it once wasn't enough. Oh, man. Yeah, I built this thing yesterday, and then at the end of the stream realized that I was building off the wrong blueprint, and it was all wrong, and had to delete everything and start over. Yeah, I'll have to look into the YouTube and see if there's any settings in there for delay. 5 to 15 seconds. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, because I think like I said, my Twitch is maybe like, 2 or 3 seconds max. Like, it's pretty quick. So there's got to be some similar setting somewhere in the YouTube live. I'll be honest, I think that's been the funnest part about my streaming is when I finally wouldn't say get up the nerve. It's hard for me to try new things. So to go through and Google and learn exactly how to do the multi-streaming. I mean, but immediately when I did it, it was, and I realized too, it's like most of the people that were part of my community watch my YouTube videos, and a lot of them don't do Twitch. So it's like that first night I had like 10 people, whereas it's taken me months and months to get to the point where I might have 10 people in Twitch. So having both has been just a lot of fun. Definitely a unique experience now. That's right, I was routing to the glass, wasn't I? Let me get back over here. Now I don't know that I would ever go back. I think it's actually a lot of fun having both, because I always just assumed everybody had both, and they would go whichever where. But I've definitely had some of my my YouTube friends tell me that that's all they have is YouTube. They don't do Twitch. So yeah, I just have to learn, because it seems like everything, when it comes to OBS and stuff like that, is designed with Twitch in mind. So figuring out how to make the YouTube thing work. What was it? I started using the streamer bot though, and that actually made things easier because it can send stuff to both, like the commands and things like that. Yeah, and I may be losing some people because I don't have the games and the integration and all the other things. I don't know. I couldn't imagine playing a game where someone put money in and the next thing you know, some big thing came and blew up the thing I was trying to build. I don't care. I don't care about the money, man. It's the build. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll have a world that I know doesn't matter. Maybe try it, but salty. I need 200 turbines to unlock the last recipe in the Mega Press. Haven't gotten my combined Wolfram and Titanium line, rotors and stabilizers and such. Let's go on. So, what's the agenda for this evening? So, tonight I started with. Let me jump back over here. Okay, this was all blank. There was nothing here. So the first part of the stream was putting all these down, programming them for what they're supposed to do, and then putting the cross platforms below so I could run the inputs and the outputs. I've now run inputs to everything on this one with the exception of this back row, which is glass, and that's what I was just doing. I was routing the helium and the calcium powder so I can go underneath and take care of that. Let's see if this works better. Oh, okay, you just switched over. Gotcha. First time chat, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's another thing, too. I think Twitch does more notification stuff, too. But the thing is it's losing... I don't know, it's losing its luster. I think the more things that they do... I don't know. And I guess Kick is another thing to do, but I've never tried that. I appreciate the follow there. I can pull this up here. Phoenix. Yeah, no, appreciate it. So, I don't know. I figure if I do both, then if one of them goes the way of the dinosaur, I'll still be fine. Okay, so that connected to there, connected to here. So, actually, I just need to run this across to here. And I am liking the looks of having everything down low. So let's see, can I make this turn here? And hopefully the delay is better now. Yeah, cool. All right, then I just need to put these down for these inputs. The other thing I decided to try tonight, and it's actually so far I'm thinking I'm like MySpace and Facebook. I remember back in the day when people were upset by who your number 1 or your 5 top friends were that you would show. Why did I put you down there? It's almost like I thought you were an output, not an input. Yeah, those were some interesting times. Although it was fun to be able to decorate your space, because that's something that you can't do with, normal like Facebook. Although I remember when Facebook first came out and you could only get on it if you were like in a school or something like that. Like they had it locked down to students. Oh, okay, good. I can get you up there. Cool. Alright, put you there. Yeah, this whole quadrant here is almost done. Like I said, I'm gonna hold off on the outputs going anywhere until I'm done building, because I know a lot of these outputs are gonna be required for going over on that side there. And what I'm doing is I'm gonna use the ground layer for a lot of my routing this time around. So like what I just did there with like the helium and the calcium powder, it saved me from what I did last time, which would have been running an entire cable across that side to get it over to here, and not only to find it was in my way when I was trying to build stuff or run cables over there. So I think that this... Okay, there we go. So I think in general this is going to work better for this, because I'm pretty much done with this whole thing, and that's it. That's all the cable running I had to do this time, compared to last night where everything was all over the place and I was jumping and sliding and diving to try to get through. So yeah, I think this actually... It's almost... I won't say I'm glad that I messed up, but it definitely looks better doing it the second time around. Okay, so this is our to the inputs. And with this here, all of my glass furnaces are now wired up. As soon as I turn power on, they'll start pumping from the buffers over there. But right now I have everything turned off to try to give me the least lag possible. I'm trying to think. So let me bring this back down here for a second. So that's what I've got done so far. So I had like 4 tubes, 1 stabilizer, 5 rotors. And this is all the things that I need to feed into these and into these. The thing I'm aiming for at the very end, everything is building towards making that. And that's what's going to unlock my tier 3 belts. Problem is, yesterday, I went out, and I don't know how I mixed up the tabs. So this was when I was originally doing it, and it only went up to batteries and nozzles. And so I did all of this work here, and you can kind of see how the difference is and how the layout is. And, you know, like, all these were ceramics, but I actually needed heat resistance glass, and then, yeah, it didn't match. I had to restart, so it sucked. But redoing it, again, it's coming up better. So the problem is this right here, I'm not going to be able to really wire up, although I know where the outputs are. So that's kind of what I did here, actually. I needed glass for these, so I basically routed it before I even programmed the glass. So I can still do that because I know where the outputs are going to be. So I think everything's already there. So let's see, we need to do 5 stators. So that's going to be the next thing that we're making here. I wish I could keep them in a single row. All the other things I was able to kind of just keep on a single row, so I didn't have to loop around. But I can't do it with that one row there. And then, of course, the ceramics, which is this entire back area. Except for 3 chemicals all the way in the far back. But the chemicals feed... Yeah, that's the whole thing. By having the inputs and the outputs run, even though I may not have the factory routed with the inputs, I can still take the output and run it to wherever it needs to be, knowing that once I get it installed, it'll be there. If that makes any sense to anyone but me. All right, stators. Let's go ahead and bring you up. You guys are fabricators again. Okay, titanium housing and wolfram wire, which, if I'm not mistaken, are very close together. Over here. Yes, they're literally right next to each other. One of the things I noticed too, I have very little plate being crafted anywhere. I have to really look into that in this next area, because when I was trying to make the is it the super magnetic or something like that, I had to open something. It was a struggle, so I'm gonna have to really look into fixing that. Okay, I am going to, if I put you down here, let me lock you and go underneath, because I would like to run that underneath if I can. The problem with a lot of this stuff is I ran things here to get those connected, so that's expected. I could do it here. So if I were to bring you down, first off, I need to make sure you can connect. I'll try that here. But oh yeah, I can go up. I need to get over to here. I'm trying to see what the easiest path for that would be, because these are in the way here, and it's unfortunate that's the bottom of these things. Oh, I could go here. That actually works. Well, I have to make sure I can actually connect there first. Hold on. Alright. Yeah, I could go up to here to get over to there. So let me put this here, regardless of what I do here, because I need the wire from over there. I'll have to bring you down as well. I just need to see what the easiest way to get from here to there. There it is. That's the easiest way. Okay. Now I need to do the same thing there, which I have an open block. Okay. Actually, I think I don't want... I think I want that instead. I need to make sure that I can connect you also. So if I come over to there... Oh my god. It's like it was meant to be. So you come over to here. Actually, no. You come over to there. I can run... There we go. You to there. You to there. And you to there. I now have on this wire right here titanium housing and wolfram wire, which I then need to... My first place I needed at is here. Okay. Actually, I want it low here though. Same thing. I'm trying to run all of the wires down here slammed down to the ground. It actually is what made this passable. All right. Okay, I think I need to go the opposite direction. I need to come from you and go to here. Wow, it's almost like I planned it. Okay, so there's the wolfram wire, and then from there we got it. Okay. Let's say if we go one off of here for all of these, I can just run it straight up to there. Telling you, you do it the second time, it is just, it's night and day difference of what it was like for that first one. Okay, I only need 2 stators. Okay, that's right. So it's just these 2. Which means the stuff that I've got coming in, I can technically use again. I can pick off from that for other things that might need one of the 2. Because I'm really not using a lot of it. And what I think I'm planning on doing is once I unlock, I'm going to make sure I come through and do some upgrading inside of here. Whoa. What the heck? Oh, is it? So they're saying I took away their support. So I gotta put this, hopefully this here makes it enough that it can support it. Alright, let's try this again. That's the one thing about this game. The physics are still a bit wonky. Oh, no, you were supposed to go down on the ground. Okay, try this again. Perfect. Come back over here. Perfect. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. And stators are done. Now I need to do... Sorry. Getting old. Alright, I need 3 synthetic silicon furnaces. And for that, I need calcium powder, helium-3, and some ceramics, which I haven't made yet, but are going to be made directly above them. Let's see. I need 3 synthetic silicon, and it's 120 per. Holy cow. I need that entire first row of ceramics to feed these 3 synthetic silicons. Now again, it's too many to go over here by themselves, but if I upgrade that cable once we're done, I think I can handle that. But I also have to include 180 helium 3s. Jeez, and another 360 calcium powder. Okay, no. I'm not going to be able to do this on one cable. Okay, that's going to be my first one of these where it's a little bit more. Alright, so I'm going to have to do a little thinking on this one. My first triple rail. So the calcium powder, helium 3, and ceramics all should come from this side. Helium is here. Calcium is there. And the ceramics are going to be coming from... That's output, input from here. So that'll be the easiest one. I can take all of these on one cable, bring it up, but I'm going to have to put each ingredient on their own cable, and I hate when I have to do that. And then bring it over there. And let's see, let's bring it up here. So I still want to make sure there's room for those things to go somewhere at some point. And I need to... Okay, if I... Okay, yeah, I can get rid of you. I'm going to have to probably move the support somewhere. I don't know. Sometimes I need it, sometimes I don't. I'd rather assume that I need it. Oh, there we go. Okay, copy you there. I'm just gonna... Just to make sure I have support. Okay. So now if I... Yep, autosave. If I... This spot right here, if I put a rail connector to the ground, question is, can I bring up the output of all the ceramics to it? That'll be the question. So let's get you in place first. Gotta bail for a while, see if I can jump back in and see how things are going. Hey, no worries, appreciate it. And I still didn't get the notification on Twitch, so something goofy's going on again. Let me bring you down. Alright, hold on. Let me try and refresh and see if that makes a difference. Alright, we'll try that way. Okay. Anyways, let's test this out now. If I come from here... Oh. Love it when it works. Okay, so let's get underneath here. This should be easy because these are all... Yep, all the outputs. Up to here. Alright, so all we gotta do is this. Okay, that should work. And this will take basically... Wait. Hold on. Am I prematuring it again? Oh, no. No, I need that second. Okay, good. Thought it was in the back row. Yep. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. This is coming off the second line, which is ceramics. All right, good. So I guess it goes to there. Move it forward. Move it forward. Yep, you connect to here. Yeah, I did. Okay, good.
I need water.
Alright, you go there, you go there. So I think I'm gonna... Which, can I make the connection this way? Let's try it here first. No. What about you? Okay, nope, I need to make one more of those. Okay, so you come into here. You go to there. Okay. went up to there. Okay, so that got you up to here. Now I'm going to calcium powder, helium 3. So calcium powder is right here. Okay, so if I were to take you to you to you, and this is the first time we're going to see the 3 wide. There. That there. Powder goes in here. Makes the 90. I use way too many of those, and I love the fact that it still gives me those clean angles, and that's the only way we get them right now. Okay, so I have ceramics, calcium powder. This is our input, which means... Okay. Oh, man. Okay. This is where shit gets complicated. I gotta figure out how to take it off the 3 lines to feed into the 1. This is the hard part without and you know, unless I want to make it kind of chaotic, which I may not have a choice. Okay. Be a little bit different then. Okay. So I can, if I'm gonna make you be the bottom, do this one more time here. And I've done this before. Okay, you're the only one that needs to be missing. The other ones I can do without putting a hole. All right, just the 3. Okay, good. All right, so you're slammed. You're slammed. Just means I can't put anything else along this path. Okay. Alright. You're flat. 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 And you're up 2. 2. And up 2. Okay. And actually, you're going to be coming from up here. That's my helium, right? I don't need a lot, so can I take it off of something I'm using? No. Okay. You'll be the first one, but that's fine. Where am I? If I need more helium somewhere without huge amounts, I can take some off of here. Okay, so you're gonna be slammed. All right, let's start the process. All right. Luckily, each one has 3 inputs left. I don't need you. One of you, I think we're gonna go on this side. Okay. I think I want to take you up here so I can bring
I need
you
water.
down here until I go up. It's the other good thing about doing everything in a single line, so I don't have to worry about something getting in the way later. I'm almost out of this. God, I don't want to have to. I may have to make a trip to go get the rest of my food. Okay. So you're in. You're going to be the second floor. Alright. On. In. On. Straight in. And then our last line. Up. Gotcha. Nope. So we go from the front. Around. Okay. Not the most elegant, but I don't think there was any other way to... Oh, jeez. You know what? You're already going up, and at this point, it's just the tail end, so that works. Okay. Alright, so... What did I do? It's all supposed to be up there. Well, we have the experience of running it. I'm gonna leave the bottom row down for this for later, just in case. Yeah, we got to do it again, but we got to do it in the right spot this time. Okay, let's try this again. Only we have to come here. Man, I guess I can go there as well. Okay, you're the closest, so I guess we'll do you like this. Okay. Now it makes more sense to 3. God. Not the biggest waste of time I've done yet, but still sucks. Alright, so put you down here. Okay. Still the same thing. It's going to be a little bit different this time, though. Because the other two have to be on the back side here. I think I'm going to go that way this time. Leave the easier one for one of these other ones. Okay, there's helium. Alright, that's the powder. And that's the what, ceramics? Yep. Alright, so actually, that's right, I don't have. Yeah, I this one needs to before it goes up, because I'm already running it on the. I was running it on the ground earlier. So it goes to there, and then the rest of these are going to be. Oh, you're the first one too. I think I'm gonna have to readjust that one because I think. Let's see. to here, I can still run. Yeah, because I'm going behind the output. I have something there that's not usually in the way. Why do I have 4? Should be 3 fabricators, 2 furnace. Or 3 fabricators, 3 furnace. Did I not run the 3? Oh, I didn't. Okay, gotcha. I was getting nervous because this one didn't have anything running into it, so I forgot to... Yep, 1, 2. Okay, I never took you over. Gotcha. Now it makes sense. Okay, you go there, and then you come up to here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we got to see if I can make this last one work. That's going to be the more difficult one. I guess I could have gone over to here instead. That makes more sense. Watch your save. I didn't move too much that time. Alright. This one has to stay 1 up to continue this path to get over here. Can I get from here to there? I can. Okay, good. So that's 1. And then the rest of these are going to be up in the air. And I think here would be the better play to get to this side. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, actually not too bad. That could have been worse. I think it actually looks better than it was on the other side. Okay, front is programmed. Alright, next now I have... Oh, 2 more stators. Actually, let's do our holes first. Whoop. You end up here. Wait. Nope. Way up here. All right. No. Yes. There we go. Okay. I'm going to use this to take an angle. There to there, and then right here. And here. that turn. To there. To there. There. To there. Cool. Those stators are programmed. I'm not sure why I have extra holes here. Oh, this is where I had run my things. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so for the next 3... I did have it in the right spot. I just skipped the first part. Okay, well... Yeah, because the front one's here. It's inductor, inductor, super magnet. Not what I ran. Okay. That's for 1, 2, and 3. Yep, it was bound to happen again. It's not that big of a deal, though. It's an easy fix. Okay, let's get all this repaired first. Okay. Input. Output. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. Input. So we're back to this again. Oh, no. You stay where you are. Were you taller? You were. Okay, never mind. Yep, you were originally supposed to go there. Redo this again. Down, up 1. Okay, and that gets you to there. Coming from underneath. Alright. Okay, you go underneath. Okay, can I... Oh yeah, you can't because you're there. Okay, that row, and then that's right. Here. Yeah, it's not that difficult to fix or redo again. Okay. The bottom ones still run. Don't have to do anything there. You just need to be normal height. Yeah. I could do it because there's like an in-between to what they are. I could do that if I wanted to, but I don't think I will. Oh, except for I just... Apparently I do want to. Alright, so we do this. We go down. Is it 2? Yep. And that means our last one is just level. Less extreme height differences. Okay. You went into there. And you went into there. Okay, I think you had an easier time going there. All right. Now to get back to here, though, if I want to do... So 2 inductors and 1 super magnet. Okay, what do I need for inductors? Tube, wolfram wire, ceramics. I used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for all those. So for these ceramics, I need to grab from the back. And this needs 60 per, and I'm making 2, so that's 120. So that's the last 2 ceramics in the back, okay? So those 2 got to come up. And then it's... where'd I go? And it's tube, which are already there, and wolfram wire. All right, let's run those ceramics first. And I got to get it over to here. Play a game here. Is that going to be that way? Okay. Yeah. I think it's trying to put it down low. I need to be up higher here. Try it 1 lower. She's there. Can I make you connect here? I think you would if you weren't there. Can I go from here? Go to there. And I can go to there. Holy cow. Can I make it around the corner to you? Alright, so that gets me... I just needed to make sure I could get this first one. And then these other ones will go here. Just to keep it level. Yeah, 40, 24. Yeah, I can run everything on 1 wire. Just got to get them all connected. Okay, right now nothing's connected to it. Shoot. Need it on this one. I don't need it till the next one. That's right. Okay, I need it for this one. Which then makes this way easier. I'm going to delete you first. But if I put you here, I should just be able to straight in. Okay. So I need ceramics and tubes over to here. Ceramics I know are going to be the last 2 over here. Okay, I need to go further back. Okay. And then it's 3. Okay, good. Yep, those are chemicals. And it's all of you get included in this one. Ooh. I really dislike how it takes you out when you cancel something. If I'm in flight, leave me in flight. I wish there was, just one single button pressed to get you out. And everything else wouldn't do it. Okay, is there any other way I can connect you? Can I get you to here? I think I can. Because I need to get you going this way. Okay, I need to look up here. So where are my tubes coming out of the other side? Very bottom row. Okay, so I need to basically... I need to run you all the way up to the front. You don't have to connect to anything till you get there, so I can just do a single path, which I think that I have to keep watching. Uh-oh. Okay, you need to go lower. Which is fine, because I need to go lower there as well. Okay. Uh-oh. Now why are you not like... Okay. Is that low enough? I need to get the tubes into you anyway. Okay, so I just gotta remember... Well, let's get you guys connected first, then I'll figure out where to route you. Okay, now I gotta move. How many tubes do I need? Actually, that's a good question. 2 inductors. I need 80 tubes. Alright, so let's take off of 2 of them. Okay, which is right here. Okay. Not here, but here and there. Okay, need another autosave. And I'm constantly fidgeting with the mouse, so it's like by the time it does come back, usually I'm facing some complete opposite direction than what I wanted. Oh, we need to go over one more. Okay, go up to there. Okay. We just gotta run this until we run into our other... Which is where? Where is you? Oh, there. Okay. Oh. Let's bring you here. I want to leave you there because that's close to where we're trying to get, but let's bring you down so you can get underneath it. Ooh. Don't want slow rail. Okay. Alright, now I just got to get it to where it needs to be. Which is... What would be easier? I think that way would be easier. Okay, everything's on one line now. Alright, I gotta get it up to here. You're not gonna let me up there, are you? Okay, yeah, you are. Really? It's that easy? I think that was it. That was way too easy. Yeah, it's these two are inductors. And this first part here... I've not connected anything. Okay, so I just connected ceramics and tubes. Okay, I need wolfram wire. I guess I thought this was where I was going to be coming up. Okay, well... Everything comes in over here. Everything came in over there, and wolfram wire. All the way over here, aren't you? Oh wait, you follow this? Are you serious? Is it really that easy? Just pick you off of... Nope, I just pick you off of here. Wire, ceramics, tubes. But I need to change directions. Oh, that would have been bad.
Activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okay. Inductors are done. Other than we haven't made ceramics yet, but we will get to there. We'll get there. We're actually making really better progress than we were last night. I think we only got we were only working on that first slice, or first square. We hadn't even gotten to the second square. I'm basically halfway done with the second square, and all I have left is 4, 6, 8, 10. Was it 11 ceramics? Jeez. It's a lot. Yeah, 11 ceramics. And 1 super magnet. Then it comes down to mega presses, refineries, and that's all the production. Huh. But I do need food. Do I have anything I can actually turn into anything? See if I can research anything. Okay, don't have enough of that for anything. Or that. Or that. It's all food anyway.
Tourist call is unseen.
Nope, nothing I have here is gonna give me.
I need water.
I know you do. put the plants away.
The planet is being incinerated.
Okay, what's left in here? I guess I have those. Heals, just stop. I mean, actually, technically, I could just use that to not have to drink for an hour. Okay. I think that'll work. I just don't have to worry about eating for an hour, eating or drinking. I am gonna have to go after my food, though. At some point. Yeah, and I probably, once I finish what I'm doing here and I want to turn the power on to see everything working, that might not be a bad time to do it. Only things that are not going to work are the things that require sulfuric acid.
Planetary temperature within acceptable
What did the super magnet
parameters.
need? Sulfuric acid, of course. Wolfram plate and chemicals. And chemicals need... Okay, they don't need sulfuric, so... Sulfuric is sulfur and chemicals. Okay, yep. Gotcha. It's a vicious cycle, that is. Alright. Let's get the inductor. That's going to be another one of those where it's none of its inputs are probably ready yet, but we'll at least get them run. Okay. I'm sorry, I did the inductors. I need the super magnet. Alright. Alright, chemicals. How many do I need? 40 per, so that's just one line of chemicals, or is it? Yeah, chemicals produce 60. Okay, so I need one line of the chemicals to come down here. Wolfram plate, and then sulfuric acid, which is going to come from over there. Which I should be able to connect the sulfuric acid with the chemicals to bring them down, and then I just need to bring wolfram plate, which is 100 per. Sulfuric acid is 100 per, but I only have one, so we can run everything. That's 240. Yeah, everything on one cable. All right, let's do the back first. Let's go and get the sulfuric acid out and the chemical out. I don't know why I'm yawning. I got a lot of sleep last night, probably more than usual. I think that's the problem. Ever notice if you're used to not getting enough sleep, and then the one time you do get a lot of sleep, you end up more tired than you were in the first place? Alright, refinery sulfuric acid is going to be coming from here. I haven't even placed you yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these are the two that need to be removed for the acid. Let me... Alright, if that's the output for the acid, technically I only need one. Should be able to just go from here. Yeah, down to there. I think that's the only way I can do it. Hopefully I don't have to do something there as well. Okay, so that's going to be the sulfuric acid output. And then I just need... to run it to here. Okay. And then... How do I want to run this? Can't go that way. It's going to have to go this way until it gets way down there. Yeah, I don't want to impede anything that's going to be happening back there yet. Shoot. ceramics. Oh wait, I already took off that whole first row. Yep, this is the way to go. I already took off that entire first row of ceramics. So yeah, I don't need to worry about you anymore. So I just have to route you all the way back into the chemicals. Let's go this way. Oh, I gotta get closer. Well, let's actually run the wires first. Okay, you go to there. And then you come down to there. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay, yep. Yeah, you're all the way on the second thing, or should be getting close to the second thing. I need to take it all the way to the end. And I gotta remember that those things actually block you. As annoying as that sounds. Okay. Still trying to get you all the way to the end. I'm not sure where eventually I'm going to connect off. So I might have to drop the level on that one down again. You and drop you down again. You're the only... Okay, that's where I actually went up high for some reason. The thing I want to do is get the last of the outputs of the chemicals. So I only need one output. And didn't go far enough yet. Alright, let's hold off till I get there and I can actually see. There we go. So I'm trying to get here. This is what I want to pick off of. I think that might be remotely close to where I'm trying to go. Not remotely, it's exactly where I was trying to go. Perfect. Now I just need to get this all the way up to the front. Just keep doing this, I think, for now. Okay, where am I trying to get to? Gotta move again. I'm trying to get to here. Another autosave. Get down here and see. Okay, you already actually are where we need to be able to see. Okay. Right, input, yep. takes it up to here. Now I just need to connect that. Okay. Let's go back to our thing. So that's sulfuric acid and chemicals. Now I just need a line of wolfram plate. Okay. And I think I only have the one. Again, I think this may become a problem at some point. Okay, well, positioning it's not going to be hard. Everything up front's already done, so I got a free run. Just got to keep it at the right height. Let's go way over here. Put one in the middle just because I think it might be too long if I try to do it in one straight shot. And then the last one takes me all the way to the connection. And yet another one of our advanced, well, this is like the most advanced one. This is the one this whole project is for. And it will begin working as soon as I turn on power. Well, I still have to do sulfuric acid on the back row here yet, so a little bit more work to do. Did I get you connected though at least? I did not. Okay, do that. And again, as we only have the single wolfram plate, I can just pick it off where it's going, or where it was already going. Okay, wolfram plate, sulfuric acid, and ceramics. Right? No, not ceramics. Sulfuric acid, chemicals, wolfram plate. There we go. Okay, so that means this whole thing is done. Now I've got to do a row of ceramic, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 ceramics and 3 chemicals. Okay. Ceramics. Calcite sheets, wolfram powder. It's actually, it needs 60 per. And if I'm doing 8, so I need to run 2 lines. It's 240 of each per row. So I guess I can run a double line of calcium sheets, a double line of wolfram powder, have them going from opposite directions and meet in the middle. Alright, so... Alright, calcite sheets, wolfram powder. Okay, calcite sheets are there. Wolfram powder's right here. So at least everything is good. So again, I need 2... two of these, so I need to basically put you here. Can I catch you from here? No. I can do from here, right? Yeah. What if I got rid of you? Does that fix our problem? That's the problem. Got a wire there already. Or what if both of you guys to connect. I can't.
Has finished regenerating.
That will work. 'Cause I should be able to come from here to here and there to there. So there's my 2 lines of wolfram powder. I just got to get it back to here. I think if I come up, I'm probably right about here, so I need to, or there, so I got to come up and go to, because I want one to come through this way, and the other one's going to come this way, pop up here, and meet, because I need to do 4 and 4. Okay. Let's get under, oh, that's right, I forgot about you. Where the easiest path would be. Yeah, you're gonna have to go over there and then down below there. Oh, but you're already over there. Okay, how far can we get from this path? Oh, I need to... I destroyed a few of these, so I just need to place a couple more to get us back under. Alright. If... I went here instead. Can I still make the connection? About here. Should be able to do this. Gotcha. And then I can go to that one. So even though I'm still going through the gymnastics like last night, I'm still think it looks more organized than it did before. All right. Okay, it needs to get to here. From here. Okay, I think I need to go up to get over. We are playing the up, down, which kind of sucks when you're dealing with multi-rails, having to do it over and over and over. But if I'm going to run this underneath like this, I don't have a choice. But we made it through. I have a pretty good line now. I just need to figure out where the starting point I need is. And I think... Did I go too far? I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Throw 1, 2. So I need to get over to here. Oh. Well, that's... for this, where I did it? No. Okay. I gotta get over to here. Okay, that ain't gonna work. I don't know if that will work. My concern is that first one. Oh wait, where? No, you're not there. Where? Oh, here you are. Okay. That's it. I can do that. And you're there. I mean, I was already low. I'm not there. We go. Okay. So we are. Okay, let's run to there. Up. There we go. Okay. Yep. Okay, I gotta move. It's not giving me the range I need. Okay, there we go. Let's get back over to here. So again, this is the input here that we need to get to, and we are currently here. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there for the moment. So you haven't see. I need two. This one's the more fun one. Okay, so 240, 240. I could run this single wire combining both the sheets and the powder in the two different directions, and I would only get half the throughput to begin with until I unlock the... Yeah, I don't think I have much of a choice. It's getting kind of squirrely in here. Okay, where am I at here? There. So I guess this would be the better path. Okay, and one would go... this way, the other will go the other way. So I think at this point I'm going to switch to crosses. Okay, can I get both of these connected? And I think what I'm going to probably end up doing is I think I would rather run the other ingredient above ground. I think that makes the most sense to me. Okay, can you connect to there? No. Can you connect to there? Oh, I bet you're too low. Okay, let's bring you up a little bit. I think that might be the problem. Bring it down one. Okay. Perfect. That was it. Okay. So I've got this going down. I'm just going to leave you the same height from now on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, where did that go? 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay. somewhere in the middle. Yeah, this is such a huge chunk of this whole... It's like almost half of this thing by itself. Okay, so it's you, and then coming around. You there anymore, because you're coming from the back. I'm safe. Still got to bring in the calcite sheets, but they're right there, so that should be pretty easy. Okay, actually, let's do that right now. This way? Nope, they're this way. Yep, right here. What the heck? No. Whoa. What the heck did I just do? I have no clue. Here, can you connect? Oh, you will. Okay. So you would plug into this one and then go this way. So that's that half going in. Okay, now I need to get the other half. I think I've already used that powder, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Now the question is... is there a side that I can get in on? Yeah. Yep. Up until this point, we've been pretty clean and neat on this stuff. At this point, though, it's almost impossible. Now, unfortunately, the top isn't all, so I've got to avoid the chemicals. I just need to get the 2 in the back. So it is 8. Gotcha. That's the output. It's just those 2 there. To go here? Why do you seem like you're higher? I don't get that. Actually, nope. Let's just do it that way. Oh, nope, we don't want to go here. That's still one too far. It's still chemical. I might need that later. Okay, probably didn't need you here then until here. And then there. So I can get rid of you. From you to there. Nope, I still need another one. You to there. You to there. You come here. And you're just going to feed 2 of these. So each one of them is doing 4. Okay, and then this side here. Took a bit to get here, but we're here. And the best part is in a sec when we go back up and look down at this thing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So yes, the best part is, okay, some jank down here, still not as bad as it could be. But up top, all crisp, clean, in, out. And right now everything is wired except for those 3 right there, which we're about to do for chemicals. And then this entire thing is wired to produce. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if there's enough room in a lot of these. What I could do, normally I like to run things into buffers. So getting things out is going to be interesting in some of these places. I will be honest, that's going to be a whole nother conundrum. Because what I would prefer to do would have each of those outputs filling into a buffer, like a version 2 storage or something, and then from there moving on and out. But I'll probably have to do those up there prior to going into the dispatchers. I could put a standard in front of these. If I went with the tier 4, I could come, if I have enough room for that. I could see if there's a way to extend the back out maybe. But if there's a way to have a tier 4 prior to each dispatch, then this would run until it's full. All of these dispatchers here would be full, feeding forward. As long as it needs it, it's running and working. But as soon as we get what we need, it'll stop. But it'll fill up a buffer over here of 16 stacks of all these different things, and then feed them into dispatcher. Probably what I'm gonna have to do. But let's at least get the chemicals. So as far as chemicals, move my little cheat sheet. Okay, synthetic silicon. So I have 3, so I need 180 synthetic silicon. Holy shit. 360. 540? I need 540 wolfram powder. Jeez. And 180 helium. Oh, man. So I'm gonna have to go with the same thing. As soon as I unlock these, I'm just gonna have to go underneath and zap everything. Even the ones that don't need it. Because I'm doing so many of these ones where I'm running them at 240 even though they need the 480 just because I'm gonna get it. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to upgrade. This whole base is gonna get upgraded. I think that just makes sense as far as speed and everything. Okay, well, synthetic silicon. It's down here. That shouldn't be too hard to get up to there. Lots of wolfram powder from down here. Like I said, it's going to be its own 2 lines coming up, so I'm going to probably take the quickest, shortest path I can to get to the back and then connect over. And then helium-3, that's pretty easy. Again, it's right down here. Helium-3 and the synthetic silicon can connect because I need 360, 180 of each. And if I'm going to upgrade these wires, then that'll be enough to run separately. Alright, so let's do that first. Let's get our synthetic silicon line connected with our helium line and run that up. And that's going to be over this way. The more wiring and cabling I do in here, the harder it is to tell which direction I'm facing. Okay, so here is the helium. And the wolfram powder's over here. So I think I'm going to take it off of these two. Technically, keep forgetting if I take it out of both sides. And I think I still need two because I need, what is it, 540? Yeah, I'd still need two. So if I take you from there and there down to here. God, this thing is getting scarier and scarier by the minute. I got that right there running low. I didn't think about this because I like to run low, but that means that this is in the way. I never took that into consideration. Yep, I think the only spot I can actually put anything in. Oh wait, that is to the side. I was wondering if I could. I don't know if this will make the turn. Oh. Well, that is convenient. And I can pick up the single helium line on this over here and then run that all the way back. It's such a mess. It hurts. It hurts to see, but at least I know that it's not permanent. Okay. Can I weave this trail here? Can I make this? I think I need to come down one for that to make it. I think that will. I think we can make this. Oh no, we can't. Can I run you a little bit closer? What are we running into? Okay, we're running into that, so I think I need to go further forward. So we'll try it again here. Okay, now we should hopefully be able to make this. Oh wait, is this what's causing the problem? Okay. Alright, I need to drop you one lower. Never mind, it wasn't back there, it was here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, we can still connect, which is good. Okay, you're still there. Yes, now we can connect. Alright, good. And then we just need to pick up. Come on, over here. Oh. There, no? Uh-oh. Is there anywhere I can make this work? Oh boy. Okay. Can I make you connect to the inside rail? Oh geez, now you're. Oh good, I can. Okay. Alright, so we're good here. Where is my helium? So I have one going there. Guess I could. It's another one of those ones where it looks like there's two things here somehow. What did I have you running to? Probably this is that. I'm pretty sure I used everything I could off of you. Okay. Okay, did not expect that to work. Okay, yep. All right, that might actually work. Okay. And I'm trying to connect to you. So if I were to take you... Nope, I can't. Okay, I need to destroy you. Okay. If I were... take you really, really low, but then go up and above. So I think what I need to do... I have you both on the inside rail now. So you can connect to the outside rail. Alright, now we're connected. Yep, I gotta get it all the way to the back. How high do I need to be to make it over that? I think that's... And then for me to go to here. Nope. Go to here. Well, we is playing some games. Okay. First question is, can I connect you guys together? Okay, we can. What about you? Oh my goodness. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Oh, I think I ran as far. I was all the way up here. The other thing I needed was a synthetic silicon, so I'll deal with that after I get this all figured out. Making something like this definitely makes your head hurt. Okay. Yeah, right here is where this needs to go in, so maybe I'll have you come up here. Oh, come on, let me in, let me in. Alright, there we go. I just need to find where we are. There. Almost there. So if I don't think so, but I think that would work. Okay. I just need to get to here. Another autosave. 78 of 200 turbines. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And where am I now? Here. I'm trying to go here. Yep. So I think I just need to see if I can work with this height. If I'm gonna have to move it. Have to come over here to get the right rail to connect. Okay. Alright. My posture sucks. I keep sliding deeper and deeper into my chair. Okay. So 3 inputs, which are these. So technically, if I always struggle to figure out where it's going to go, but... Okay, so I could have... Well, I can do it here or here. Interesting, I didn't know I had multiple choices. Okay, so you can go there. You're one line of my powder. So I think what I need to do... Oh, this could work. So I'm feeding into 3. Okay. So, because we have 2 lines, So you go there, but that second line. Guess we're gonna have to do that. And I still got to figure out how to get the powder up here too. If I get rid of this block here, can I bring the other one up? Ooh. Went the wrong way. Oh man. Nope, it's gotta be like this. But like this. Wait, what if this is a cross? So the sneaky plan I have for this is I can have the output of the second one feed into the third. Now I have to have the input feed into the second and the third. Yeah. So it can get all the so how I'm looking at this. Yeah, because this there's 3 but 2 lines, so I need to make it so that it can fit into. Okay. So that goes into here, but this one also goes over to there. So it's going to get fed from what's left over of that one, and then the beginning of this one, and then the rest of it will flow to there. Okay. Now I just need to find a way to get you to there. This is so ugly. Oh man. Okay, so I need to do something clever with you to get you to go underneath. So if I go down to the ground, can I just do this in one shot? I don't want to have to do multiples of these. Okay, I can. So you feed into here, which goes into there, which goes into there, which goes into there. Okay, so that's running the entire line into there. This is splitting off, so first half goes into there. Now I still need to get, so that's helium and there. I still need to get the synthetic silicon, which is down there. Let me put this up where I can actually keep an eye on this. So it should be the last 3 outputs. I'm just curious. Can I get down to there? I can. And then I can get up to here, which means I can take the output of the synthetic silicon, which is 2 spots over, and run you to that. Oh my goodness. God, this gets so... Okay, can you connect to this in any which way? You can. Okay. Alright, where is the line where the synthetic silicon is? It's not here, it's not here. It's here. Okay, and you already picked off the entirety of it, which actually isn't a bad thing. to here. Into there. Synthetic silicon. Good grief, this is crazy. Synthetic silicon, wolfram powder, and helium. Okay. Every one of these is now being fed with everything it needs to craft, with the exception of the one thing that needs sulfuric acid all the way over there. Wow. Okay, gonna have mega presses up there, mega presses over there. Let's at least get those put in. Let's get those put in. Let's get the output holes and squares taken care of. I'm gonna hold off on dispatchers yet, though. It is coming together, and I don't have to tear it apart this time. That's the dumbest thing to have to say. Oh, I can't believe I actually did that. Okay, up top here. So that spot there was the output of our sulfuric acid. Okay. And that's because sulfuric acid actually goes to here. So, oops. Well, let's go ahead and do that first. So let's get a refinery down. Let's get out of here. I need to get a lot further away. Let's get on this side. Okay. Refinery. Oh, jeez. Okay. So that is our output here. And I need to have between 1 and 1. And then it was 1, 2, 3 in between. We go there. And then on this side, it was 2 in between. Why is building not stable? Is it because I'm too far away? I've noticed that sometimes. Sometimes it'll say something's not stable, and then you get a little bit closer, and then it's just fine. Okay, you're still not liking... Oh, now it's saying core area. Huh? But I'm overlapping on the core areas. And yeah, and now I can build it too, by the way. That's... Oh, I was supposed to be over 1. Shoot, 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 shoot. Let's try this again. Okay, yeah, you still work. It's a proximity thing. Okay, and now I need the mega press in front of them. Okay, and that is going to be... Flip it around. I think I had you all the way up to the edge, so I could give a 3-block gap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's those. All right, there we go. These 2 platforms here are reserved for the dispatchers, with lots of room here for running wires. So what I may end up having to do on some of these, where I ran them down to the ground, I may end up, some of them I'll just have to change it so that they're on this level. So it might ease the pain a little bit. That's going to be routing these outputs. Because I have to do it at my previous base too. Shows how much I want to do it. Keep putting it off. Alright, and we're doing mega presses again. Once again, we're back here. Yep, so those, here, and now I got to do 5. So starting from the left, it's going to be 1 from all sides. And that means like that. And then each one is going to be 1 block away, or 1 block in between. Alright. That is all the production machines. So I do still need... I think I would like to route the sulfuric acid first, just so all this works. Because the thing I need to unlock the tier 2 belts is over there. So if I leave this running tonight, I should be able to unlock the rails, and then the rest of this, I can fix the ones that are down there, and then moving forward, everything is going to be triple rails. Okay, so this is my sulfuric acid. I do need to connect it back to that cable we already ran, so that once we get this going... Cool. Was easy. And then for the inputs, I just need what? Pressurized helium. Okay, so I need to do you first. Oh wait, no. Ugh, never mind. I want to do sulfuric acid. So I need raw sulfur and chemicals. Chemicals are coming from over here. Right, all the way. Let's bring it back up. Yeah, all the way at the very end. Far as, let's pull this back here. Sulfuric acid, it's 1 every half a second, so 120 a minute. I need 240 sulfur and 120 K. Yep. So I can run that on one cable, because again, we're about to upgrade everything. So I'm okay with tonight being not completely completely efficient in order to get the rails. So this will be fairly easy one to run, and I think I'm going to run it just below here on that first floor, so I can take this chemical, and I should... Uh-oh. Alright, we had a... I'm not paying attention again. We're about to have a rupture. Start heading home. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it's actually be a fairly easy run. And then what I need to do is I need to run back and turn everything on for tonight. I turn all my bases off while I'm building, just to take away any possibility of that causing a lag, in addition to what just is from having a lot of stuff built, or from the respawning of the planet, whichever it is. So I need to turn it on so we can get this unlocked. I am excited. I am very excited. I was at this point yesterday where I'm thinking, okay, we're doing great. And then I realized I was following the wrong blueprints. Oh man, that hurt. That hurt so bad. But again, I do think that this actually turned out better than that did. I have more stuff that we've installed, more connected, more of the workstation and factories that we've, actually connected, and the cabling is less obnoxious. I can still make my way through that ground floor, which I couldn't do yesterday on that other one. Because again, I tried to go back first, and I think that was a big problem. I tried to do the backside first, and so I was running things all the way through there, and then when I had to do the ones in front of it, the things I had run already were in the way, so I ended up having to move stuff multiple places, so it was just, yeah, it was not good. So choosing to go from the front this time was good, because then I didn't have to reroute anything. I just had to meander a little bit to get around stuff, but I didn't have to delete stuff and change it to get it there. Oh, man. How's it going, Digitalis? You enjoying? I'm still trying to figure out... Oh, that one's not turned on. My notification for Twitch is not pinging in my ear, which is making me think I missed stuff. Not like this. This is the moment I feared I have to move my cargo receiver for glass. Crossing his head and shoulders. Hey, good luck, Altibug Lord. Yeah, I'm still not getting the ding. Why is that? Let me try it over. I don't get why. Cause I was getting it on YouTube. I don't know. I'm really not sure what is causing this. Because you get so used to you depend on something to work the way it's supposed to, and so you don't even think about it. So I don't look down at chat until I hear the ding in my ear. All right, let's try that one again. All right. So I apologize if I don't respond right away. My dingling. It's not quite working how it's supposed to. But I will keep looking, glancing down. Yeah, this is... I mean, but look at this, though. All the pain, all the suffering, everything is just so that I can have something that looks like this. I was saying earlier, it looks like a circuit board. I agree. You know, inputs come up, and then they go straight back down. Everything's hidden underneath this layer here. And if they give me walls, stand back, because these are going to be some fantastic, pretty looking builds. And again, if you wonder how much that means to me, I completely destroyed and deleted everything from yesterday's stream. I probably could have moved some things and no, it wouldn't have been like this, so I had to destroy it. But made room for this. All right, let's get back to where we were. We were working on sulfur and chemicals. Again, both of which are back here. I think I'm going to... Do I want to take this first one back, or do I want to take the next one back? Whichever one I choose, and I think it's going to be this one because it's further away from the other areas I'm probably going to need it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo this one going all the way down and instead put it here. So initially this is where I put the outputs. I put them down like this, but I realized that I can also run them to the underground, which gave me a additional clear path to run things. So I'll run sulfur to here. There we go. And we run the output of chemicals to here. And hold on, let me make sure I needed 2, 4. I'm only making 1. Yep, so we're good. We're good. And then I just need to get you over to here. Once my computer or the leg stops. All right, I need to get you. Yep, right here. Why are you guys run to there? Oh, I didn't go far enough. I'm like, why is there stuff run through here? It's because I didn't go far enough. Okay, there we go. That's as far as I can go on this run. Yes. So as soon as I am done with getting the sulfuric acid hooked up, we're gonna go visit all my other all my other bases, so we can turn on power. I would love to see this thing running tonight. Isn't that cool though? Being able to just open up one single block and run it up, and then one single block and run it back down. Like, being able to hide the spaghetti and the mess in a completely separate, and even this wasn't that bad. Like compared to previously, I think this looks all right. Now, ignore the underneath here because it gets a little crazy under there. That we don't talk about that. But over here, I just have to say I really like how that turned out. Yeah, it is probably my favorite thing that I've kind of, because I keep learning little things and tips and tricks and whatnot, but this is by far my favorite one to discover, was that I could run this up, because I started running them when I did the outputs of my smelters, and I would have them right on the edge, and then I would just bring it straight up here to a cross over there to connect. And then on a whim, I was like, well, what happens if I tried to run? I didn't know if I was going to have to do 2 blocks or 4 blocks. No, turned out just 1. Okay, so this is all programmed. This is not. So I need to program the sulfuric acid. And then everything is turned on and hooked up. I don't have outputs to storage yet. That'll probably have to be a tomorrow thing, because first off, I need to get to the storage, and then the storage will help me set up for the dispatchers. So I think what I'm going to do with the way I have it here is I would like to have a storage right in front of the dispatcher, and it goes into the storage and then into the dispatcher, so we have a buffer. That's what I would like to do. I would like to have a little more space though, so I might move these all back a couple, put this up against the very end because it doesn't need space, give a little bit more space in the front, and maybe I can put a version 2 storage there, and then that would really give me a nice buffer, because the way I want this to be is as I'm going through doing other stuff, I want these buffers to fill up, so when I finally get to the next area that I'm going to use it from, I've got a ton. 191 of 200 turbines. Oh god. That's awesome. Oh, I did turn you on. Cool. Alright, let us go restore power to my world. And then we'll come back and see all this stuff. I only have one thing that I care about far as an output. And that is all the way over here at the very end. And that is super magnet. No, I want electromagnetic coil. Hold on. I was thinking I was where I needed to be. Okay, I need the inductors, pressurized helium, wolfram plate, and the super magnet. Okay, so I have everything right now but the pressurized helium. So I need to hook up 1 pressurized helium. Okay, we're not done yet. So let's get that done first. So that's just another output leading to what we need, which is at a mega press. So close. Thought I was there. But I just have it hooked up next to the sulfuric acid that we've already got connected here. Where is... Up here. Gotcha. Turbine, valve, nozzle. I think I have a... Pumps unlocked. I think I have probably 16 stacks of turbines back at my other base just because I let it run into that. Pumps unlocked. Mega press recipes complete. Nice. That is awesome. That feels good. That feels real good. Okay, I need... But that's why I call this whole thing that I'm trying to do, the theory I have, the snowball. Because everything I take, I make at one base, gets sent to the next base. And it just keeps kind of snowballing as we go. So that's the whole intention of everything. So I've already got the previous base I was making. I was putting out I had three presses making valves, I have 3 presses making valves, 2 presses making impellers, 2 making batteries, and 2 making nozzles. And those are all getting output, waiting for me to set up the big base where they're going to go to. And then in this one, it can be 2 more nozzles, 2 more impellers, 2 valves, 2 turbines, an electromagnetic coil, and a pump. Those are all the things that are going to be built here once everything is hooked up. Okay. So, same thing here. I still need to run the inputs to you, but let's get this down at least first. Okay, it goes inside one. Okay, let me program you real fast before I have to come back up here just for that. Okay. Pressurized helium. Helium and sulfur ore. Yeah, I better pick off another one. Although I only need 30. Now we're fine. And helium 3. Okay, I can take the sulfur off of you. So I just need to basically run...
The Raptura is in its stable state.
Run you straight to there.
Is returning to normal.
Where is my nearest helium coming from? I think I was doing some stuff in the back. I just don't remember how much I was using. If I want to pick off that, or if I need to run a whole separate cable. I can't wait to get these version 3 rails unlocked. I'm so tired of being limited by that. Okay, that's right there, all the way over here. Damn. Again, I've had worse. Oh, that's right, that's iron rods. Okay, you, I needed all of you. You, I didn't quite. How far bound do we go? I can pick off a you. Where's the easiest spot to pick off of from? Right here. Okay, so where do I want to... I think I want to run it all the way back as far as I can. Looking for the easiest path for that. Okay, there isn't a straight up path back, so if I just... You guys are both around the same place. But what I could do... Alright, let's try this. Okay, I'm going to bring you down. I do like having these on the ground because it makes it a lot easier to traverse. Okay. I don't know if I can make it all the way to here or not. Do I have a straight... I think I do. What about here? I think I still do. And that gets me to there. I think I can do it in one shot. I was accidentally lucky on purpose. No. Okay, just connect to there. To there. Okay, and now I can just run straight here. Yep, so we'll put you here. A little less painful than I was expecting. Alright, how far can I... First off, let's connect you. Nope. Okay, how far will you let me run this before you go red? There. Okay, so I'm going to put you here. One shorter, but for good measure. Alright, we'll go hook you back up. Yeah, running them straight slam to the ground. I mean, you can only do it so many times in so many areas. But it's nice that you can just go up one and go over and bring it back down. It's so much less of a problem than having to duck under a bunch of wires. I could literally walk over the top of them. Okay. Actually, I need to... need to come over to here. So if I... let me see if I can... if I put this down here, can I catch that inside? Not from there. If that doesn't work, I'll just go on the other side of this beam here. I mean, I only need 30 per craft on this, so even... even to supply all of them wouldn't be that difficult. Okay, let me try you first. Nope. Okay, we'll move you. Okay, put you right here. And... okay, question, can I hit the front from here? Because I want to leave the side, because I can actually... let's try here. I want to leave this side open because I can run it to the other two pressurized heliums I'm going to have to put in. So I have 3 of these going in. Oh, you're there. So if I can find a way to make this connect on the inside. There we go. Now I can use this. I have everything I need to technically craft all or feed all 3 of these, because it's 30 and 30, easy day. All right, I'll pop those in there later, but I have helium 3, I have sulfur coming up, we've got pressurized helium. Okay, that was the last thing I had to craft. Now for mega press, sorry. Electromagnetic coil. Again, I need inductor, pressurized HE3, which we just made, wolfram plate, and super magnet, which we have over there. So the super magnet and the wolfram plate should be fairly close together. I can piggyback them. Inductor is back here. Pressurized HE3 is going to be coming up from back here. Okay, let's run the pressurized first, since it's back this way. Once we stop legging around. Okay. Alright. Man, all of a sudden it just wanted to hitch. Okay, here we go. So I needed you for... as it goes over to... do I really want to mess around with the stuff here? I don't think I do. If I put it over here, because I have a clean slate for routing things, I can come up from underneath and all the stuff. If I start running things across here, that's going to take away from some of that. So I think I'd rather bring you back this way. I think we need to do some low-hanging fruit again. Oh, gotta get rid of you. So I drop you to there. And run you all the way over to here. This might work as a way of getting around this pillar. Okay, that one's going to be a low one as well. Might as well put you in. Okay, so I can go from here to there. there to there. Okay, you're too low. I have to go up one. Still works. That still works. All the way down, up one. Right, yeah, there we go. Boop. And then I can run you the rest of the way. You're all the way down too, aren't you? Why did I do that? Where's my... Yeah, why did I put you all the way at the end? You know what? Shoot. My guess is that was like this. Okay, let me do those and bring them back in. There we go. I don't have to run it this far. Still leaves them connected like that. Perfect. Which means it's right there. What's the easiest way for... I don't want to put anything... I don't want to physically connect these blocks here. I know the wires go across them, but I don't want a physical connection that they're actually able to connect with. Okay. Don't judge me. Some things just have to be done. I know. Okay, all the way down. Yep, you're there. All the way down. And... okay. I got too many things open. Okay, back to electromagnetic coil. 15 inductors, 15 helium, 90 plate. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I can just do this. I only need one input. Okay, let's come over here. Put you there. Okay. Let's put you here. For now. Okay, so right now, all I'm running is pressurized helium. Let's make sure everything's connected, though. You into you. Alright, and I can connect you there. Okay, so that is pressurized helium. Inductor. Where are my inductors? All the way there. So I've got to run this back to here. Shoot. Okay. What else do I need to pick up along the way? So this is going to be just 2 of those ones down there. Okay. Pressurized helium, inductor. Super magnet's right down there as well, right next to the inductors. And so is the Wolfram plate. They're all right there. Holy cow, that is actually going to... Wow. That comes together way easier than I was expecting it to. I say that before I get there. I still have to make it run the gauntlet, but I think it should be... Why is it more Wolfram plate, man? I am 100% not sending enough of that. Hold on. Do I have it coming in from 2 lines? Because I really hope so, because that was a bottleneck before. And I know I mathed everything out, so I had to have done... No, that's just a single. And I hope I have enough. I didn't need any Wolfram plate until just recently. And then it started to be a necessity. Oh. Speaking of Wolfram plate, I was just there. Okay, so again, it's the only one that there is, but I can take off a second output to speed up its travel. So I'm going to... I'm just going to run it as a single until I get over to the impellers and the electromagnets. Okay, and go up and over. Okay, and then those are the 2 outputs I need to connect with right there. So if I go here, make... Oh, no, I want to do that. Okay, yep, you're good. Go to there. Okay, all I need is this bad boy. But I need to bring you guys up to here. Interesting. Okay. Let's get you guys connected up top first. Why am I having such a... There we go. Why am I having such a... Then it happens again. Okay. You connect into there. You connect into there. And you connect into there. Now I have a single line. I just need to get all the way back. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I was flying. Okay. What? Oh, this is a perfect path. Okay. Would like to take you high, though. So let's go as high as I can go. Here. Okay, can I make the corner somewhere over here? Alright, I need to get over there. This way. Okay, here's where I need to get it to. Alright, let's see where the longest place that I can get this to connect to. Problem is, if I went this way, oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Could it be that easy? Can I make it to any of those? There we go. I just need to go program it. And then I got to set up like 1, maybe 2 of the orbitals. It's only making what, 15 a minute? How long does it take for them to send off one of those things? like 30 seconds, or if it's 15, then I would want 4. I'll watch it once we get back here. Well, I think I'll set up 2 to start. Get everything programmed. And then we'll go turn power on. And by turning power on, I mean I have to go to every single one of my bases and reconnect power. In my defense, though, this is a much better building experience doing that than if I hadn't. Even though every now and then we still get these weird glitches where it slows way down. Okay, electromagnetic coil. Is that what I... Hold on. I need to get back over there. Something still seems up. I thought I already made electromagnetic coils. Oh, I might have set up a factory for that? Oh, I'm so confused now. I mean, I have it set up right, so there's at least that. Alright, let me check and peek. No, it's electromagnet. I need an assembler for it, and I don't even know what the... I got off on the wrong one on that one. I need an assembler, which I haven't even unlocked. Okay, so I need to unlock the assembler, which is turbines, which my last base is making, right? No. This base is about to, and it needs impellers, stators. Oh, good grief. Hold on. I need one more thing to do. I thought for sure I knew what I was doing. Okay, turbine is impeller, stator, rotor, and sulfuric acid. Alright. I need to have both of these up where I can see them. Okay. So the impellers... Where are the impellers? Oh, they're up top. I haven't made them yet. Gotta make impellers. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow. I just need to make everything in here. So I need impellers as part of whichever the yeah, to make the turbines I need impellers. Yeah, I still have those ones. I still got these mega presses, and I can line up the pressurized heliums fine, but I still need to do those. And I think I'm pretty much it's going on 1 o'clock here, so I think we're gonna go ahead and call that one here. Looks like we won't be hooking up power until after tomorrow, but we should be able to have this thing fully built. And I'm trying to decide if I want to turn on power ahead of time, just not to here, not connect to here, and then once we finish, then I'll connect it. That might not be a bad idea. And then I just got to figure out these mega presses. I keep circling them with my mouse when you can't even see them. Yeah, so I got to get these and those done. And my head's just fried right now. I've done too much of this mental gymnastics. So yeah, we'll finish those tomorrow. Between streams, I'm going to go through and I'm going to turn power back on, except to here, so I can keep building this up. And then once we're done, I'll just reconnect the power here. And we should be able to actually start working on the dispatchers as well. at least getting everything run to it. So anyways, I really appreciate everyone coming out. Hold on. Right, turbines and batteries are launched to orbit. I think it's a pretty good evening's work. Sleep well, dice, everyone. Hey, appreciate it, Salty Pugwater. I'm gonna figure out why I'm not getting the notifications on Twitch here. But again, like I said, I appreciate everybody coming out, everybody hanging out. If you're watching on Twitch, and you haven't already, I'd appreciate it if you would consider hitting that follow. And if you're on YouTube and you enjoyed this, please go ahead and hit that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, I would really appreciate that if you would consider. It helps our community grow, and it means a ton to me. But with that being said, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.